Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, youtube.com/mountainviewgov, and on Comcast Channel 26. Noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom meeting, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. The City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abikoga, Councilmember Kamei. Here. Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Here.
And Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
You have a quorum with Showalter and Abikoga absent.
Very much. We'll now move on to item 3. Or 3.1, Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan, Proposed Scope of Work. The purpose of this study session is to receive City Council input on the proposed scope of work for the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan. Community Services Director John Marchant will present the item. Whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you very much. If I can request Christine Crosby to get promoted so that she can share her screen for me, please.
And anybody else, John, that we should promote?
Not right now, thank you. Great, thank you, Christine. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is John Marchant, and I'm the Community Services Director. The purpose of this evening's study session is to receive City Council input on the proposed scope of work for the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan. The city has 2 existing plans related to the agenda item. First is the Recreation Plan, which was adopted by Council in 2008, and the Parks and Open Space Plan that was most recently adopted by Council in 2014. As both the Recreation Plan and Parks and Open Space Plan have reached the intended lifespan, the City Council approved the development of a Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan as part of your strategic priorities. The plan will create a cohesive document to address the open space needs of the community, as well as define a clear vision and action plan for the future of Mountain View related to parks and recreation. The plan is proposed to be developed as a 10-year document, while the forecasting completed in the analysis will be for the next 15 years. 9 key elements were highlighted in the staff report that will be incorporated into the plan. These elements are integrated into a list of specific tasks that will be used to create an RFP process to hire a consultant team that will lead the development of the new strategic plan. The following 17 proposed tasks will be included in the request for proposals. These tasks are not necessarily in chronological order, and staff anticipates that the consultant team will be working on several tasks concurrently throughout the plan development process. And now I will highlight each of the tasks listed. Task 1 is related to the overall management and coordination to develop the plan. The second task is to establish a plan vision with associated goals and objectives. This task will be completed through a public input process, which the consultant team will incorporate the themes listed. Task 3 is a review of all relevant city ordinances and state laws, including Quimby Act, as well as the city's general plan, precise plans, housing element, among others. Community outreach and engagement is a major key to the success of the plan. A robust community engagement process will be developed, and the consultant team is expected to have innovative and creative ways to attract and involve a wide range of community members in the process. Task 5 will include a full assessment, inventory, and analysis of existing parks, facilities, and open spaces and how they are used. And the consultant will develop a comparative analysis of other agencies. Task 6 will take the inventory and assessment information to recommend any changes to the existing list of open spaces calculated towards the city's total acreage. The consultant will also define the different types of parks and open space within the city and recommend how to calculate it toward the city's total open space. For task 7, the consultant will determine the amount of park space needed to meet the city's existing goal of providing 3 acres per 1,000 residents, with a focus on the next 15 years along with anticipated growth within the city. The consultant will provide a cost estimate to create new park acreage to meet the existing goal and recommend creative funding strategies. Task 8 will establish park accessibility goals and will focus on walkability and access to parks. And task 9 will provide a review of recreation programming and identify gaps in service. Task 10 is review and analysis of the recreation cost recovery policy and existing fees, as well as a review of the financial assistance program. And in task 11, the consultant will analyze historic use of city facilities, open spaces, parks and athletic fields, and provide any recommended changes to policies or current practices. And task 12 is an analysis of staffing levels and park maintenance standards. In task 13, the consultant will incorporate objectives, methods, and standards related to the Commission for Accreditation of Parks and Recreation Agencies, also known as CAPRA. And task 14 will allow recommended timelines for periodic review by the Parks and Recreation Commission and City Council over the life of the plan to inform advisory bodies, policymakers, and the public on how the city is meeting the various recommendations outlined in the plan over time. In task 15, staff will develop a department vision and mission statement. We haven't had a cohesive mission and vision and mission statement for quite a while. And finally, tasks 16 and 17 will focus on the development of the draft plan and final report, as well as providing numerous presentations throughout the process for public meetings, including Parks and Recreation Commission and City Council. So that takes us to next steps forward. And on the screen is a brief synopsis of the anticipated timeline to develop the plan. The RFP is anticipated to be issued in October, with the goal of entering into an agreement with a consultant firm in Q1 of 23. The consultant will focus on community outreach and development of the plan based on the tasks outlined in the presentation tonight over the course of the quarters 2 and 3 of 23. And at the moment, we anticipate bringing the final document to the Parks and Recreation Commission and City Council for adoption in Q4 of 23. However, the anticipated timeline may be adjusted once a consultant team is selected and we work together on a project schedule. The tasks presented tonight were reviewed by the Parks and Recreation Commission on Wednesday, September 14th at their regular meeting. And while the commission did not have specific changes to the proposed tasks, they provided feedback that staff put into common themes. They shared a desire to create opportunities for deep engagement within the community. So they want staff and the consultant to go out in the community where people are, in parks and at events, neighborhood gatherings, through neighborhood associations, to incorporate community visioning exercises to determine what the community wants the city to look like in the future. They stated social equity related to park access is important. And they suggested that staff consider creating a community advisory committee or similar group to be engaged in the process. They would like data being used to develop the plan to be available early in the process to understand what is being measured. And they supported taking time to create the plan and shared concern with the current schedule being too short. And they supported regular updates to the Parks and Recreation Commission and to engage them in the plan development process. And there is an interest to build flexibility into the plan to accommodate future trends. Overall, staff believes the interest of the commission can be achieved within the existing tasks. And again, the final timeline for the plan will be determined once the RFP process is complete and a consultant team can help create a project schedule. So with that, we have 2 questions for council this evening. And the first question is, does council support the staff recommended proposed scope of work for the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan? And the second is, does council have any additional considerations for staff to include in the proposed scope of work? And with that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And we will proceed first to to public comment, and then to return to the council for questions. So would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. And we'll go ahead and allocate 3 minutes. The first speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. Try to squeeze this in. I've got several points, but this will be familiar to John and others on the call. This is really great, a great plan that's being proposed. So totally support it. And also speaking for Green Spaces Mountain View, I should say, as well as myself. The question about the Quimby Act is interesting because what we really want are the right park spaces in the right places, depending on community needs within a particular area. So one park in one place might not be the same as a park in another place, depending on community needs. So understanding the Quimby Act, but that shouldn't be the only thing. Lighting considerations for sure, following the International Dark Sky Association and other standards recommendations for lighting. De-emphasizing turf as much as possible, using it where it's needed in active areas. Amenities such as drinking fountains, benches, restrooms, all public facing. We would like to see that. Serious POPA consideration, those can actually be good open space, public spaces to be used, as long as they're not really fitting for Mountain View. Like covered passageways shouldn't be considered POPAs, strictly ornamental areas shouldn't be considered POPAs, that sort of thing. The synergy with the biodiversity strategy project is important. And I know that in the PRC report, you talked about a living, action-oriented, outcome-driven document. That's really key, to not just have a PDF that sits on a shelf somewhere. And just we welcome engagement with our group, with Green Spaces Mountain View, and also in coordination with Friends of Stevens Creek Trail and Friends of Mountain View Parks. So that's a lot, but at least I got it within 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Albert.
Yeah, of course I have slides. Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor, council members. I'm really happy to see this work going forward. I think it's long overdue. In fact, a few months ago, I was so eager to see what the results might be. I did my own analysis, which I'd like to share some results here. Next slide, please. The main difference is I don't count school property as parks, and we've seen what can happen. Schools can close that off. And actually, I think for the school security purposes, you know, public should not be allowed to just freely go onto school grounds anytime they want. And so so this map shows what happens if you remove school lands from the sort of open space amounts and only shows city-owned parks. And you can see the areas north of Central really take a big hit. Next slide, please. Yeah, there's a lot of detail, so I hope you can go back to these slides and look at it in more detail later. This compares with Palo Alto, which is where I grew up. And Palo Alto has a slightly higher ratio. Again, this is just city-owned parks, and I'm not counting the big regional parks like Bixby or Shoreline or Foothill Park. The main difference is Palo Alto parks tend to be much bigger. Their typical parks are 4 to 5 acres, whereas Mountain View has a lot of 1 and 2 acre parks. Next slide, please. Now here's where the real meat is. I took the 2020 census numbers and updated the populations, and then calculated new park ratios based on those, and looked at the change. As you can see, a lot of the areas had big population increases, and of course, there weren't that many new parks, so the park ratios went down. And again, the area, the sort of Stearland, Thompson, and Ringstorp are way down, you know, below a ½ acre per 1,000 people. Next slide, please. This is the last one. I showed the version of this a few weeks ago when you told us about the purchase in the Terabella area. And so the only thing I want to add here is that, you know, just based on the 3,000 people that are coming in, we know are coming in based on the approved projects, you know, we would want 9 acres of park. But, you know, at the current, based on that price that you paid for those 1.6 acres, that 9 acres would cost $110 million. And, you know, where are we going to get that kind of money? In fact, if you look at our total area, I mean, for Stearland, you know, it's like, say, 10,000 people. So there should be 30 acres of parks. You know, how are we going to get the money and the property to possibly meet that number? So I think, even though the Quimby Act recommends 3 acres per 1,000, which is great, I think we have to be a lot more realistic and set a more, realistic goal for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Albert. The next speaker is Hala.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council and staff. My name is Hala El-Shawani. I'm a Cuesta Park resident, longtime resident of Mountain View. I just wanted to say I support many of the recommendations that the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan included in the scope, providing 3 acres of park for every 1,000 residents. That's a great idea. That should really be tied to the 8 years cycle of housing element, because as you know, the housing element keeps planning for addition of, tens of thousands of people. And the strategic Parks and Recreation Plan should really follow that so that the ratio stays at that rate, which would be great. I wanted to second the previous caller in saying that the schools really should not be counted in the parks land since they were all fenced in the last year or so. We really cannot access the parks for many hours from the morning until 4 or 5 during the week, which makes it really hard for folks who are retired and want to be able to use the open spaces for walking or whatever. Cannot do that in the schools. And so I would like to exclude the schools from the park space count. I also would like to see the tree master plan being focused on maybe at the very beginning, because as you know, we're losing a lot of trees in Mountain View to the development. The city releases the project list every other month, and every list has hundreds and hundreds of trees to be removed for these big development projects. So please focus on that and make that a priority to attend to address, change the policies and the ordinances as soon as possible so that we don't continue to lose these trees while we're working on this Parks and Recreation, strategic plan, which will take at least a year or 2 before anything can be implemented. In addition to the trees, there should also be for the parks consideration for permeable walking sidewalks, more environmentally friendly materials to be considered, more art display in the new parks and such. These are minor details, but it would be nice to see that as well. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak. Okay, VA, I figured that might trigger some comments. The next speaker is VA.
Hi, my name is Valentin. I already sent an email to Lucas Ramirez. I would like to Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure if my microphone is muted. Mountain View has announced very aggressive canopy increase goals, and yet we still see very few trees in city parks. I have asked about this from various tree representatives previously, and I was told that either more trees have been planted, and it is true, but the target numbers of trees being planted in city parks is still very low. And the numbers I heard are somewhere between 30 to 50 for the entire Mountain View. And that strikes me as a very low number for a very large city. And the second answer that I've heard is that Parks Department would like to balance trees with open turf areas. That's true, but it feels like the balance is certainly skewed to open areas right now. And regardless of that consideration, you could still plant trees on both sides of all walking trails and around playgrounds. And it would not make any dent in the total open turf area. And in general, I feel like tree alleys in city parks and in streets are very beautiful and provide much needed shade in our climate. So I would like a city to institute a policy for trying to surround all trails and playgrounds with large trees. And as somebody already mentioned before, when developers removed very large number of mature trees, they're supposed to contribute to parks funds. Unfortunately, we don't see as many trees planted as there are removed. And it's particularly sad to see redwood trees go in particular. I understand that redwood trees are not currently doing very well due to drought, but could you perhaps consider planting comparable trees like large conifer trees, some of which are quite drought resistant? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Shani Kleinhaus.
Good evening, Chair Ramirez, Mayor Ramirez, and council members. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. Thank you for starting the strategic plan for Mountain View Parks and Recreation Facilities. Mountain View Parks, open space and recreation facilities are important to residents and regionally. Integrating habitat for birds and pollinators into public spaces is important, and we should be planting native vegetation everywhere and trees where habitat goals and tree canopy goals do not conflict. It would be good to understand how the proposed tasks relate to the new biodiversity strategy and urban forest plan. And also, the study session memo doesn't mention outdoor lighting, and we now know that LED lighting can be detrimental to many species and harm human health. And so attention to this issue is needed. It may become an issue, for example, when you consider art. In reviewing the scope of work, we're pleased to see a consideration of maintenance practices. It is time our community stop shaping plants into squares where there is no impediment to mobility, and perhaps we can allow some tree leaf litter to accumulate rather than replacing it with wood chips. Reducing the intensity of landscaping activities and pruning of trees and shrubs is better for the environment, better for biodiversity, especially when pruning occurs during the nesting season. And many practices involve use of fossil fuels, create noise and noxious fumes. A couple of comments about Shoreline. As thousands of residents will live in North Bay Shore, and with the city assuming care for the retention basin, additional staff and rangers will be needed to protect both the recreational resources and the natural resources from encroachment and inappropriate use. Pets, fires, off-trail activities threaten both people and habitat and the species of Shoreline. I remember seeing some people trying to have a bonfire on top of the landfill right next to one of the vents over there. So we need to have people watching. Please consider, for example, also extending fencing to discourage visits after closing hours. Thank you so much for starting this process, and we hope to participate in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we will return to the council first for questions. Are there any questions for staff? Vice Mayor Hicks.
I'm going to start with, I want to thank staff. I thought it was a very clear report, and it was, I had to really rack my brain to figure out what I might comment on or add, but I do have a few questions and comments later. I have to say that my own questions and comments coincide a lot with members of the public. That I've been going to a lot of ice cream socials lately, so that I've been talking to at ice cream socials, also email that we've had come in, and then our public commentary today. So my questions are going to be aimed at the things that members of the public have talked to me about, and really there's a lot of people seem to be on the same page. And my question is really these things that seem to be very important to a lot of people. Do you think they fit in well? Where would they fit in to the scope? And or should we create another section for them? So the first thing I hear really a lot about, is trees, like we heard tonight, that I hear it in a number of contexts. I was at an ice cream social where people in the playground said that they couldn't play there during much of the day because of our continuous heat waves. And they don't think there are enough trees planted around our shade structures. And then also people saying, the borders of the parks, that there's a dominance of lawn over trees. So that whole area of trees and integration with the community tree master plan. Where in the scope of work do you think that's addressed, and do you think it needs to be addressed in additional places?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hicks. Appreciate the question. Within the staff report under plan coordination on page 12, we do talk about the integration of a number of plans that are currently on parallel path with the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan. So for example, Public Works is working on their active transportation plan. We will look toward ways to facilitate, we talk about greening those areas. How can we add greening to the active transportation plan? In addition to that, we have the biodiversity strategy and urban forest plan. And so the urban forest plan and biodiversity strategy are working a little bit ahead on the timeline compared to the Parks and Rec strategic plan. So we'll be able to have some information and data available so that the consultant from the Parks and Recreation strategic plan can work with the other consultants to look at ways to incorporate trees, biodiversity into what may be new parks, as well as how do we incorporate those elements into existing parks as part of our maintenance plan. So once we make changes to a park that may have more biodiversity, how do we change our maintenance practices to ensure that we're keeping those up at appropriate levels? And hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. And then second question is, where does appropriate lighting fit in? Because that's what I've heard that also from a number of people.
If council would like to make that a specific task to review, that is something we can discuss doing.
Okay, so you don't think it fits in neatly at this point, and we might add it, is what I'm hearing.
At the moment, correct.
Okay, good. That's why I'm asking these questions. And then, let's see, and then integration with the biodiversity plan, the whole host of things that people have brought up tonight, but also at other times to me. Environmentally friendly materials, native plants, dry landscaping, permeable paving, and less grass. What area, do you think all of those are well covered, or should we beef those up in some places?
No, I think we have those covered within inventory assessment. And again, there's going to be elements coming out of public comment that we can take into consideration throughout the process, even if it's not part of a specific task tonight. And again, if there's certain elements that you're looking to add, that's fine. And I see the city manager with a hand up.
Thank you, John. I actually had my hand up from the question from Vice Mayor Hicks about lighting. So I just wanted to note that council has discussed the dark skies ordinance before and the possibility of that. So this is teed up for council to discuss in your next work plan discussion. So staff has noted this. So just wanted to remind you of that.
Great. Yeah, I think we should also talk about it in the context of parks. So those are two of the main things I hear from people, and I wanted to make sure that they were fitting in well, 2 or 3 main things. And those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Medichak.
Thank you. Just a few questions. Overall, I want to start with a comment, and I'll add it later too. This is incredibly comprehensive, and I'm really excited about it. So I'm talking about nits here as opposed to major changes. And because it's so comprehensive and exciting, I'm wondering if there is a way to have phases or any like quick hits that we might be able to do. Things that might take longer that for sure we need to do. Maybe we could get started on those. And I'm wondering if there's a way to incorporate that into this plan.
And I will state that we as city staff have had that conversation. That's something that we are interested in. However, we wanted the ability to receive the request for proposals and determine how we can work with different consultant groups to make that happen. And so I don't think it needs to be a task, but just know that we as staff are looking for ways to get those, and you heard from the Parks and Recreation Commission, let's look at the metrics early. And so how do we come up with certain elements that we can get done sooner than later? And we are interested in doing that as well.
Great, thank you. And then I want to follow up on a couple of comments from the public that I have questions about, because I think there might be a misunderstanding. I'm not aware of any requirement for developers to contribute to the tree fund. I know we've asked some to do that, but there's no requirement to do that, is there?
Yeah, that goes back to the mitigation for that site in particular. So fees back to the Parks and Open Space, that typically does not happen.
Because it's not a requirement.
Correct.
And then the other one is we have a definition of POPA. It has to be a certain size, it has to have certain elements. And so things like a breezeway or, I don't know, a paseo would probably not fit the definition of POPA. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's minimum sizes, minimum elements, and the city needs to approve each of those elements according to what is in city code and in the ordinance. So you are correct. And sometimes I think the public sees some publicly accessible areas, but I do want to clarify that we currently don't have a true defined POPA in the community yet. Those are being developed now. And so as some of the areas are being identified as possibly POPAs by the public, we don't have any yet, but there are some that are just around the corner that we'll start seeing being developed.
Okay, great, thank you. That's it for me.
Very much. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, first, I'd like to apologize for being so late. I was having computer problems and had to reboot my computer, and that's a lengthy process sometimes. Anyway, I did read the report quite carefully, but I'm sorry I missed your presentation because I would have liked to have heard particularly what you reported from the Parks and Rec. But that aside, there's 2 things I wanted to ask. One is kind of about how extensively you think an evaluation of volunteer services will be part of the plan. You know, particularly with recreation events, we use a lot of volunteers, and that's great. But I also have wondered about utilizing kind of combining our neighborhood program. You know, we have the neighborhood associations, and many of them are associated with parks, and the volunteer program for the parks. So I just wondered if you comment on that a little bit and how you think that will work into the strategic plan.
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. Again, great question. And I think Christine would be smiling right now because leading into this, she and I had a discussion specifically about the volunteer program and whether that should be a integrated task or not. And we decided not to because it falls under the Recreation Division. And so as we move forward through the Recreation Division actually oversees the citywide volunteer program. As a matter of fact, we just had someone start yesterday as our brand new citywide volunteer coordinator. And so we're excited to have someone new starting in that position and really taking us where we have been and taking us forward to where we can be. And I think the things that you are talking about are certainly things that we're interested in doing. We do see an increase of interest in the part of community groups looking to enhance city parks and other areas of the city. And we are interested in developing some of those types of programs and putting some framework around it so that they can become more official and also follow the city guidelines to make sure that we're doing everything we can. So we certainly believe that the volunteer program will be part of the recreation programming review process as part of that task.
Okay, good. That's great. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential there. And then the other question I had was just about the interview process itself. I've been involved in a number of consultant interviews over the years, and who sits on the panel varies over time. And I think sometimes it's a good idea to consider having someone from a neighboring agency actually take part in the consulting interviews. You know, for instance, we have MROSD and county parks who are really great, you know, park agencies in our neighborhood. So I just wanted to ask you about the possibility of that.
Thank you again. And yes, both those agencies are not just great agencies, they are great partners in a lot of ways with us. So currently what we have scheduled is for several community services staff to be involved in the interview process as well. We see a definite benefit to having someone from the Public Works Department as they work on some of the plans that they're working on, and absolutely community development due to the close coordination with future development and being able to look at future growth. At the moment, we have not identified someone from an outside agency to go through that process with us. If that's an interest on the part of council, we can take that into consideration.
Well, I think it's a good idea. I found that it was very helpful, but I think I'd be interested to hear what other people think. Thank you. And I echo my colleagues' thanks about this report. It's very well done, very comprehensive, and I'm personally looking forward in both kind of taking part in some of the sessions and also enjoying the what's produced from it.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for staff before we provide input? If not, what I'm going to propose is something substantially similar to how we've approached study sessions in the past. And that's basically if there's a particular, I think they're defined, a task that you would like to propose to modify or remove or add, that you identify that very clearly and explicitly. I'll write it down, and then we'll go back for each one and do a check-in with the council. And then we'll also do a check-in as part of question 1. I'm presuming there will be general council support. for the totality of the staff recommendations, but we'll start there with question 1, and then please let me know if there are special considerations you would like the council to evaluate. And then also feel free to use question 1 as an opportunity to provide general comments about the work. So would anyone like to start us off? Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I very much support the scope of work that we've been given. I would like to see if there are ways that we can amplify the opportunities that are available to the community with disabilities, and the issue of neurodiversity. Know that we're coming forward with one park that will be focused on that, but I think looking for opportunities to integrate that into all of our parks and paths and et cetera would be very helpful. I also really love the opportunity to tie in our history as a community, our environmental history. And I was really pleased to see the activities at Heritage Park that touched on environmental learning and our history. And I'd like to see more opportunities that would bring out the diversity that's existed in Mountain View over time. And then I'm very pleased to see the emphasis that's going to be put on co-creating the biodiversity plan in conjunction with this plan. I think that's really essential. I would like to see us have the engagement be with a Parks and Recreation Commission rather than creating a new advisory body, given the timeline. I am also very interested in seeing how we can work in more trees and a maintenance philosophy and perspective and functions that are congruent with that. We tend to have sort of big expanses of grass with little shade. And I'd like to see more trees. And if we can have the minimum of leaf blowing possible. I know that before we had leaf blowers in the past, leaves just fell, and it was the way that things were on playing fields and et cetera. I would also like to see if there are going to be more opportunities for community gardens. Because I know that the community gardens that we have are really fully subscribed right now. So looking at that. And then I very much agree with the lighting issue that was raised by the Vice Mayor. And I'm very happy to see the community members that keep coming back to talk about the impact of overlighting in the community. It's a real impact on neighborhoods, which I know is in a different part of the city organizationally, but I think it can be in terms of our parks as well. And I'd really like to see Mountain View be a model community on lighting that is congruent with environmental values and not over lighting under the guise of, well, it's a more efficient lighting system, but looking at the issue of lighting up everything at night, because we're failing to have dark areas, appropriately dark areas in our community. So those are most of the things that I saw in it that would be wish list items for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Lieber, just for my benefit, so it sounds like support for the staff recommendation. And then there were several ideas, and I wasn't clear which ones you would like me to bring back to the council for like a straw poll. So can you just summarize the topics that you'd like me to?
I think the top one that would fit into that rubric would be the lighting issue. And I think that some of the other issues that I raised are more a matter of amplification and of what is already in this very complete report, and looking for opportunities where we can incorporate some other concepts into our current programming.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Actually, Councilmember Matichak had her hand up. Do you feel like I've bumped you? Okay. Okay. So I agree with all the things that have been said. I guess you're going to pull us again for a straw vote, so I don't even have to say that. I guess the one, although I agree that I want all parks to be accessible to the disabled. I like the phrase all ages and abilities, because having had, for example, parents in their 90s, you know, I don't know whether you'd describe them as one of all ages or whether you'd describe them at this point as disabled. They definitely want different things from parks, such as frequent benches. And my other caveat related to that is that I would like to find a way of serving people of all ages and abilities while still keeping our parks biodiverse. I know that we have, sometimes I find that when things are made accessible, they become very plastic and lawn oriented. And I know there are ways around that. We have a Mountain View resident who was, actually she's moved to Santa Cruz, Heidi Cartan, who's a particular expert in that field, has a paraplegic son, and believes that when things are accessible to the disabled, that the disabled also deserve, you know, the benefits of tree canopy and biodiverse materials, green materials. So we might consult with her so that we don't go down the plastic road. Let's see, in addition to that, I liked the part on accessibility of parks through, I guess, possibly tree-lined sidewalks and bike paths. I've also talked to our Peninsula Open Space representatives about how important that, both accessible, pleasant sidewalks and also linear parks, or parks made for running and walking your dog, are to protecting our open space, because as our population grows, the open space is often being overrun. It's often hard to even find a parking space and get in. And as those representatives have said, you know, you don't want to take a hike in open space among crowds of people. And some of those people may like walking in the city. So that's something that I would like to amplify, making sure that we either make linear parks, or, as you said, I think in the scope, walkable access. Let me see if and then another one I just want to make sure that we address is the schoolyards, which I agree with with members of the public who have said we have to reassess how we count those and whether we count them at all. At the same time, in the interim between now and hopefully when we create more abundant parks, I think we do want to use them in some ways and make sure that we use them in better ways possibly than we have been now. I recently talked to a school board member who said that he thought that the gates and entrances could be better labeled and possibly even redone to be more inviting. So I would like to address that issue in an interim where we don't have, where we haven't yet created a lot more parks. How could we better work with the schoolyards? Let me see if I have anything else. I just strongly agree with integrating the biodiversity and trees. Those are the two things that I hear most from people. And other than that, I think that those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Same question, though, about which items you've listed you would like elevated to the council for consideration.
Well, I'm going to ask Mr. Marchant again. Do you think the schoolyards is, considering how we can best work with them in an interim, do you think that that has ample space, or is that something that we should amplify in some way?
No, we are in coordination with the school district currently working on a new joint use agreement. And through that process, we are talking about some of the ways we can improve signage. So that's being done in the background at the moment, and we'll continue to work on that.
Okay, then the other one that I was putting on, the lighting, I think has already been put on. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So as I said earlier, this is an incredible scope of work for this project. I'm very supportive of it. I appreciate how much it covers. I'm a little bit worried about how much it covers too. It's a lot. And, again, these are just little nits here that I feel like we're talking about at this point. While I support the lighting, I want to remind everyone that that would be something we would discuss when we talk about the work plan for 2023, as opposed to adding it to this. So I'm supportive of it, but only because for when it comes to us in early 2023 to put on our work plan. For me, we're probably going to do this, but I want to make sure it's called out that we look at the parks at a lower level than the planning areas. Those are pretty broad. And, if we have the goal of having parks within a 10-minute walk of residents, we're going to have to look at it at a more granular level. So I want to make sure we're doing that. I see John's head nodding, so I assume we're going to do that. We probably don't need to call it out, right, John?
Yes, that is one of the tasks, correct.
Okay. And then I am supportive of the PRC being very involved. As many of you know, I watch a lot of our advisory body meetings, and the PRC is awesome. They all have great knowledge, different knowledge. They all participate. They ask great questions. They're very engaged, and I think they do terrific work. So I'm very supportive of them being involved in this in a big way. And I think somebody else mentioned that. I'm not sure we have to vote on that because I think that that's in the plan, right, John? Okay. So I don't know if I have anything I want to specifically add. I'm just basically highlighting things that are really important, I think, and reiterating what others have said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I think I fall into the category of highlighting things as well. I'm overall very pleased with the comprehensive nature of this. But I particularly want to talk about task 2 and task 11. In task 2, we're talking about the vision. And I think that is really just a hugely significant part of this. I've been, I grew up in an area that didn't have parks, that didn't have city parks. And so it's been sort of one of the delights of my adult life living here and being able to really visit my neighborhood park twice a day. I mean, pretty much 365 days a year. It's, it's a very important part of my, my life and many of my neighbors' life. So I think that the concept of parks as the physical and the social foci of our community is just really vital. And over the years, of course, my use of the park has varied. When I moved here, I had a 6-month-old baby and I got her in the stroller and we went off to the park. And now she's all grown up and my dog and I go off to the park every day. And I've observed people utilizing that space at all different points in their life. And so I think that I'm really concentrating on what does that mean? What does that social focus of each of our parks mean, and also the park system collectively is really important. And so when I looked through the report, John, and tried to figure out where it belonged, the 2 places it seemed to be task 2 and then task 11 when you talk about the, what you do at the parks. So that's really what I want to share is that, these parks, whether they're big or small, are social and physical focuses of our community. And we need to be, really aware of how that works and also to make the most of it, because it's just a tremendous amenity for all of us that live here. But I don't think it adds anything to the list unless somebody wants to correct me on that.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor, and apologies for being late. I was dealing with a MTC transportation-related issue that can deeply affect our city, so had to do some legwork there. But so I'm sorry I missed the presentation. I did read the staff report and appreciated also the questions that were asked in writing. I had similar questions. I don't have anything to add. I think the scope of work is very extensive. I think if anything, I do have similar concerns as Councilmember Matichak that maybe it's too extensive, but frankly, I think it's time that we do have this comprehensive review. It's been a long time in coming. I know there's some interest in separating the parks open space piece from the recreation piece, but I actually think that it goes hand in hand. And some of the areas that haven't I don't think have been highlighted as much, but just from like my personal, as Councilmember Showalter mentioned, some of this effect is the way we look at it is affected by where we are in our lives. And for me, in the last several years, I would say the recreational programming and even the issue of youth sports and the different leagues and the clubs and the competitive sports has been what I've been involved in. And I know we've talked about this in the past in terms of even the fee schedule and how that impacts our the need. The usage and then the real need or perceived need and real need of more facilities and space. So I think it does make sense for us to look at all of this comprehensively, and I appreciate doing that. I would just like amplify or highlight in terms of like the fee issue, we looked at this probably 10 years ago, and it was a time when we were looking at upping our fees for the use of sports, our athletic fields. And I think, I don't remember exact numbers, but I think we were going from $1 an hour to $2 an hour. And Los Altos, if I remember correctly, was I think up to $25 an hour. So we experienced a lot of these Mountain View, Los Altos, sports leagues and groups coming to use our fields because they were frankly cheaper. And so our fields were getting oversubscribed. And I don't know, I'm assuming Los Altos wasn't having that issue. So those types of things, affect our actual space needs. So I think that's really important for us to look at. And then, one thing I would just like to highlight is, and I appreciate the review, and it was in the questions too about, trends in recreation. And what I would highlight there is just being mindful of equity. I would say the traditional sports like baseball, soccer, even golf, maybe football. Those have been the ones that we've focused on in the past. But, there's like boys versus girls sports, right? And, I would say like my girls were in volleyball, and that's a very popular sport with, the females. And yet our facilities, we haven't necessarily accommodated for that. And so, I would be very interested in how we can ensure that, as others were saying, we have, not just parks and open space, but also recreation programs and all facilities for folks of all different backgrounds and interests, and making sure it's, equitable for everyone. So those are just my short comments, and otherwise, thank you, staff, for all of your hard work, and look forward to its progress. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. So want to echo my thanks to staff. I'm really excited. I think that this is such an incredible opportunity for our community. And I really appreciate that the staff is listening to the feedback in terms of consolidating different plans into one great big plan. And like the comments about potentially doing it as a phased approach. I think that'd be really nice to have various touch points for the community as well as staff to share kind of where we are in the different, processes, because this is evergreen. So in terms of question 1, I'm supportive of the scope of work. I do have a couple comments that I'd like to highlight, which is in particular on page 13 when it was talking about the other plans. So I'm very encouraged that staff was already forward thinking and talking about the biodiversity strategy and the urban forestry plan. And I did hear in public comment a little bit about trees, and I know we talked about looking at our heritage trees. So I'd just like to add that plan to the list. And what I'd also ask staff to do is, as we're going along, maybe adding things to the work plan that might be that might have some crossover, if we can kind of capture those under the umbrella as well. And I think that would be really helpful because these all have to do with each other. So that's kind of my big comment there. And then I guess when there was a discussion about lighting, I had thought that council had talked about some years past about a dark skies ordinance. So for some of the lighting issues that are being discussed, I don't know if we would be able to incorporate that into a potential ordinance that has already been set forth in the work plan. We will probably talk about this in the new year when we reconfirm our goals, but I would say that would be what I would hope for, is perhaps it's using that as the opportunity to discuss lighting. So I just wanted to touch on that. And then in terms of question number 2 with the proposed scope of work, there were 2 areas that I wanted, well, I think actually 3 that I'd like to highlight. So when we're talking about the Recreation Division programming, I do know that there's quite a bit of programming that happens from the community. So for example, we have our Cuesta Park Pollinator project. And so I know that's not necessarily a city-led, but it's a city partnership. And I wonder how we can incorporate the, soil and water at Heritage Park. I wonder how we can incorporate some of these existing kind of programs that are on city property into programming, even if they're not necessarily like recreation led. And so I'll leave that to staff to figure out how you'd like to do that. But there's so much out there, right? And as we're talking about creating a comprehensive plan, I think it would be really wonderful to kind of add that into the scope. And then this kind of also falls into number 2, which is when we're talking about fees. I know that Councilmember Showalter brought up volunteers, and one of the things that has come up is insurance fees. And I don't know if this would be like under this portion of the scope of work, but would also leave it to staff discretion. I'm not looking, none of my comments are for straw polls, but would leave it to staff discretion to look into like the insurance and fees if it's under item 10 grade or somewhere else in the scope of work. That would be great. And then also on the flip side of that, grant opportunities. I think there was just the National Parks and Rec conference or something. And I know that there is quite a bit of actually competitive funding for creative projects. And I wonder how some of the things that we're working on, particularly this plan, could maybe potentially lead to grant opportunities. So it's something of interest, a comment, but wanted to put that out there as well. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll take a quick turn and essentially reiterate what's already been said. I'm deeply impressed by the scope of work. It is comprehensive. I was going through the staff report thinking, is there anything that I would add? And the answer is no. You thought about everything, and I'm very excited to see the end result. But I also, I think, share some of the sentiments that have been expressed about. It feels very ambitious, and I am a little concerned about staff capacity and workload. But I guess if there's an upside to it, John and Christine, I'm guessing that this means you'll be working for the city for the next 20 years at least, right? Because you have to see it through in its totality. So very excited for that commitment. So we'll first take, I think, a straw poll on the staff recommendation. And then I heard only one other item, and I'll get some clarification from staff first, but let's raise our hands if there is support for the staff recommendation. That passes unanimously. Great. So there were some ideas around lighting, and I think my question for staff is there anything that would be unique to the parks and recreation component that ought to be included within the scope of work, or is it more likely going to need to be considered in a separate lighting ordinance, which, as members of the council had shared, will likely come to us as part of our work plan discussion next year?
Mayor Ramirez, if I may. So the dark skies ordinance is intricately linked with the biodiversity strategy also. So I think we would suggest that this be part of your work plan that you would discuss in February, but then staff's going to have to do that work and analysis just as far as timing and how they all link together. But certainly if there is council interest, we can note this. And then once the work plan comes to you all in February, it sounds like there's pretty unanimous support for that. So you would move it forward at that time, but just know it is linked to the biodiversity strategy that's running parallel with this strategic plan.
Okay, that's helpful. I think so. I'll turn to Councilmember Lieber, but I'm taking from that there isn't a need at this point to provide direction on this item. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think the approach suggested by the city manager is a good one. And I think it's been beneficial for staff and the community who are really ardent in requesting this to hear the level of support coming from council. And to the extent that that can be one factor in park designs that may come up before these parallel plans are fully completed, I think that staff has really heard the priority that we place on that. So that should be sufficient.
Okay, thank you. Are there any remaining questions or comments? If not, then I think we'll conclude this item and we'll take a 19-minute break and return at 6:30 for the regular session. See you all at 6:30. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the joint meeting of the Mountain View City Council and Shoreline Regional Park Community of September 27, 2022. I will now read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with California Government Code Section 54953E as authorized by resolution of the City Council. Please contact city.clerk@mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, youtube.com/mountainviewgov, and on Comcast Channel 26. Noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom webinar, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Here.
Councilmember Kamei.
Here.
Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Here.
Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to item 4, consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless a member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Councilmember Showalter.
I don't want to pull an item from the vote, but I would like to make a few comments. Is this the proper time for that?
Why don't, sure, why not?
Okay, well, one, I was just going to say I was 4.5. I was really pleased to see this on our, on our list. I think that adopting a policy to support the Proposition 1, the constitutional right to reproductive freedom, is very, very important for our community, and particularly for such a woman-strong council. It's an excellent thing to be doing. So I was really pleased to see that on our agenda. I also wanted to congratulate all of the staff who were involved in getting the Life Moves and others who were involved in getting the Life Moves grant for $5 million. We will put that to good use. And also, I just am pleased to see that the affordable housing project for teachers and city staff members is moving forward, which is part of 4.7. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'd like to add on about item 4.5. I think it's tremendously important that we be on the record in terms of Proposition 1. As we know, our state is one of the few that has a constitutional right to privacy. And so this measure is very much congruent with that. And I agree wholeheartely with the term woman strong. And I think we've got a 100% feminist council that is very ready to stand up for Californians who need to avail themselves of healthcare services like abortion and also the availability of contraception. So I appreciate council agreeing to take this measure up. And I too think that it's critically important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments before we turn to the public? If not, would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on any item on the consent calendar? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. I am not seeing any members of the public wish to speak. So then we will close public comment and return to council. I will now bring the item back to council for action and note that a motion to approve the consent calendar should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to item 4.2. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I would like to make a motion to pass the consent calendar, including the resolution attached to item 4.2, which is adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, updating the list of designated positions required to file statements of economic interest, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Second motion.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Not, then let's do a roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye, with an abstention on 4.6.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
And Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to, and I'll see how many speakers there are before I pick a time. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. This is for non-agenda public comment. Let's go ahead and allocate 3 minutes. The first speaker is Stephen Goldstein.
Thank you very much. If you can hear me. I'm here to address a problem with John Carr, the city inspector. Twice he has been brought into hearings regarding the Rental Housing Committee, making claims that he could not support regarding the safety of the building at 184 Center Street, owned and managed by David Abney, an out-of-city landlord. And as a matter of fact, what he did is, in the last hearing, he pointed out that there was major renovations done to one of the units that was not issued a building permit prior to the work. And in fact, now he's trying to issue a building permit. And I'm simply saying, if the building permit is issued today or within the last week, that would mean that all the renovations that were done previous to the work, that permit, would have to be, in effect, redone. Because technically that was work that was done without a building permit, and at the same time, a new tenant was moved in that unit prior to the building permit being issued at the same time. So we actually now have a rental agreement that is illegal because of the fact that there were major renovations that were not cleared and not tested. As a result, the work that's been done has significantly destabilized the flooring of my unit, as well as starting to twist and bend the door frame that goes to my front door, along with a number of other issues. And basically, it's all involving the fact that there was a lot of new weight being put in the units, in which the city inspector clearly should have had a record showing what was the vacancy weight and the tolerance weight regarding what could be put inside the unit in order for it to be safely occupied. The real issue for this building is that the foundation has a lot of cracks in it. And there's a lot of cracks also in the elevated walkway that is necessary for us to get in and out of our units that are on the second floor. What I'm saying is that this building is showing significant signs of being very unsafe, and yet the city inspector has used no tools whatsoever to image any of the support beams underneath the floor or in the building to establish that they are actually in good condition or not. I'm just wondering what's going to happen when a 5.0 earthquake hits. Finally, one other last note is that at one point in time in the phone conversation, he basically told me, if I'm not happy with my particular apartment, why don't I just leave? And I'm like saying that was an inappropriate comment to make from any city employee. And not only that, but it would be also a sign of the fact that he's actually trying to avoid taking his responsibilities seriously and advocating for an out-of-city resident. That's all I can say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Albert.
Yeah, I have a slide. Thank you. I have a timer too. Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity to address you. Based on the previous comments, I thought I would give a little short presentation on heritage tree preservation. There seem to be two standards for heritage trees. The average homeowner it's almost impossible for you to get a heritage tree removed, even if you planted it yourself. On the other hand, large developers often get a free pass to remove hundreds of heritage trees with scarcely a second thought. Next slide, please. I've been walking around the North Bay Shore area for probably the last 6 years, several times a week, because we got a dog. And so I've watched with interest as how Charleston East has developed. In the top picture, you see what it looked like before building started, and bottom picture is what it looks like. Actually, this was taken a few months ago before they put some street trees in. As you can see, they wiped out a whole row of really mature redwoods. And I looked at the report for this project, and almost 200 heritage trees were removed. Next slide, please. I used to walk down this really nice shaded path next to Shoreline Boulevard. It's like walking through a forest. Now there's this straight, what I assume will eventually be a bike path. There's no shade. They did plant some trees along the side there, but there's no way they're ever going to get as large as those redwoods. Next slide, please. On Amphitheater Parkway, same thing. They clear cut these redwoods, and on the right, you can see what it looks like today. And what's particularly telling about this picture is, next slide, please. When they made the sidewalk, I don't know how many years ago, they purposely routed it around these big trees. I mean, that's a very expensive proposition. They really cared about preserving those trees. So why did Google just cut those down? They leave the little jog in the sidewalk there to remind people, hey, there used to be some really big trees there, but we just cut them down. So yeah, I'm just saying, I'm really afraid of what's going to happen in North Bay Shore. As you know, a lot of the streets there are lined by redwood trees, Alta, Joaquin, Huff. And I'm afraid that when Google starts redeveloping that area, just like they did with Landings, actually just recently, at Landings, they also took down a lot of redwood trees that were near the street and, probably could have been saved. I just don't see why they had to cut those down when they didn't interfere with the building. It's like these trees around Shoreline, Charleston East, they put that bike path in. Why couldn't they just put the bike path in further away from the street and kept those trees and routed everything around them? I think it just points to the priority a lot of these developers put on preserving heritage trees as opposed to what we would like to see in the city of Mountain View. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jared Backlund.
Hello. Hey, thanks for the. Oh, you can hear me? Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks for the time. I've been a resident in Mountain View for probably 4 years now. Family and I are living in Shoreline West, and my kids are going to Landals and love it there. And I was done some work off and on with like Reach Potential and Life Moves, Move Mountain View with the RV community. And I know the Prop C narrow street parking ban goes into enforcement on Friday. And I guess what I had heard from some of the community that we work with and some of these organizations is that folks just need a little more time to comply. I think I heard a list of like maybe 25 folks who are trying to get in the system and they're doing their best, but won't be ready by Friday. And so I guess I had kind of two asks for this council. One, there does seem to be a need for more spaces, open, safe parking spaces. I think the law is getting folks to be interested in that path, which is great. And I know it was part of, I think, the desire of that law. But then I think two is just some more time or some understanding of how strong that enforcement will be as folks are trying to figure out how to comply with this. Particularly, I think about, there's a number of folks who are disabled or have immobile RVs and are trying to figure it out, but kind of need some more options on places to park, but also just a little more time. So that was really my ask for today.
Thank you very much for your comment, Jared. The next speaker is Savita. Savita, are you able to unmute yourself?
Is it working now? I've pressed unmute like 4 times. Is it working now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. Thank you. I am reaching out today to share my concern regarding Measure C, as the previous speaker spoke about, both as a private resident, as well as with my job with the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation. I've really been lucky enough to get to know members of the RV community and understand their challenges, but also understand the challenges the city faces with and why the city enacted Measure C after the voters voted on it. And I'm concerned with the October 1st deadline coming up very rapidly. And as the previous speaker mentioned, there really aren't enough open spots and safe lots for folks to just move there by Friday. Some of the RVs are not functional, or they have trailers, and so there's funding needed to get those RVs and the trailers to, well, the non-existent spots or whatever spots are deemed possible for them. And I'm also concerned about the 72-hour time limit for keeping a vehicle parked that's going back into effect. So folks who do have trailers, how are they going to sort of stay, manage their home if they're in danger of being towed every 72 hours? So I was really interested. I understand from folks on the ground working with organizations that support the RV dweller population, and there's really not money or anything the city has resource-wise towards this issue. However, I really think if there was ever a time for compassion, it is now. These are, human beings, and these are their homes. So how can we all work together to support folks in finding a way forward on this? So I guess I'll leave it with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Stephanie.
Hello?
Hi, Stephanie, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Fantastic. So I'm also calling regarding the RV community, and I am also a current resident in the Shoreline West community with my husband. And we've had a chance to also get to know the community, and just a few concerns as the previous speaker said about the 72-hour limit of trying to move. Something that the council needs to also understand, as well as people around, is a lot of these folks, just medical wise, but also don't have the funds. If they get tickets, they won't have funds to pay for the tickets. And then we just make them further impoverished on their end. Trying these safe lots are a wonderful idea to build community. Something to consider is when we disperse these residents, they lose their community, and then they're left to just fend for themselves. So something that we need to also consider when making these choices and laws into places. We're dispersing their community. There are people that can connect, and humans need community to get along. So those are just a couple of things that I just wanted to mention to the council, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor.
Bruce, are you?
Hi, sorry. That's weird. Like Kavita, I unmuted, but it didn't work. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Good. Yeah, I just want to echo what the previous speaker said about vehicle residents and the dilemma around Measure C. And also the fact that the amount of safe parking that we have right now at the various lots will eventually go away. So Terabella, Evelyn, those lots are going to transition to something else. And the amount of spaces we have in the current safe parking lots are not going to be enough if they are enough already. And so, yeah, just want to echo that it's living on the streets in vehicles is not ideal. Living in safe parking lots is not ideal either, but it's better. And as a community, we should exercise compassion and try to make sure that we have enough safe parking for people, which means we might need to expand our existing safe parking program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we'll proceed to the next item, which is 6.1, 870 East El Camino Real residential project. Would any council members like to make disclosures? I'll start by disclosing that I met with the applicant. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I met with the applicant as well and also went by the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I also met with the applicant and walked the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
I also met with the applicant and walked the site on my own.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Thank you. I met with the applicant and walked the site. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. To my knowledge, I've never been contacted by the applicant. So it'll be great to hear the presentation tonight, but I did go out and take a look at the property and the surrounding neighborhoods as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to the staff's presentation. Senior Planner Philip Brennan and Planning Manager and Zoning Administrator Stephanie Williams will present the item whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. Can I have someone confirm if you're seeing my presentation slide rather than my note slide?
We can see the presentation.
Great. Well, good evening to Mayor Ramirez, Vice Mayor Hicks, and council members. My name is Philip Brennan. I'm the project planner for this development application. I'll be providing you a brief overview of the project this evening. I did want to make note that the applicant has prepared their own presentation that will focus on the design aspects of the project. I'd like to start by just providing a brief overview of the entitlement timeline. The formal application for this project was originally submitted in March of 2019. The city worked with the applicant through a number of changes to the project scope and design, which required several subsequent rounds of review by staff and the Development Review Committee. The DRC recommended approval of the project this April with design conditions for the applicant to continue work with staff to refine minor design details, which are outlined in the staff report. Most recently, the Environmental Planning Commission recommended approval of the project to council by a 6-0 vote with 1 absent. The staff report includes a summary of the key items discussed at the meeting and includes staff responses. I did want to make note that a virtual neighborhood meeting was held on March 3rd of this year. Meeting attendees asked a wide range of questions, including potential traffic-related impacts, continuance of rent control for existing units, provision of affordable units, construction noise, building height, and pedestrian access. Many of the issues raised are addressed as standard conditions of approval, such as the construction timing and notification and asbestos abatement. The staff report also includes a summary of the issues discussed with detailed staff responses included. With respect to the project location, this is an approximately 9-acre site located within the El Camino Precise Plan. The site abuts the city of Sunnyvale's boundary along its south side property line and R2 zoning districts areas along its north and east property lines. To the north, it's also partially borders the Avante Hotel site, which is also within the Precise Plan area. And along the east of what would be considered the front property line is El Camino. The project is a Tier 1 precise plan development project, which allows for increases in height and floor area with the contribution of public benefits and requires review before the Environmental Planning Commission and approval from the City Council. The project proposes 2 6-story buildings that will provide 233 units. 191 units are considered net new, as the project will be replacing 42 of the existing units on site. The combined unit count for the existing and new development will be 371 units in total. In addition to the surface parking on site, the project will provide 240 new stalls within a 2-level underground parking garage, in addition to additional surface parking stalls. Some of the key features of the project will include a new public access easement between Muir Drive and El Camino, which will provide a direct connection for pedestrian travel to and from the commercial retail uses along El Camino for both residents of the development and surrounding neighborhood. The project proposes with more than 50,000 square feet of common usable open areas for tenants and several on-site amenities, including a fitness facility, rooftop terrace and clubhouse, 2 courtyards, outdoor seating, dining, and work areas. As previously noted, this is a Tier 1 project. The applicant has opted to meet the Tier 1 public benefit requirement by paying the public benefit value in lieu of physical improvements. The public benefit value is approximately $638,000 for this project, and those funds will be available for future use for improvements within the precise plan area. The project will enhance on-site circulation for both new and existing tenants, as the project area will be integrated with the existing on-site network of pathways to provide an intuitive and efficiently designed walkways. Again, the new public access easement shown in the highlighted green area will provide a safe and connected pathway for bicyclists and pedestrians traveling to and from El Camino. The project site is located within 1/2 mile of bus stop locations for the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, as well as local community and rapid bus routes and the Mountain View Community Shuttle. The El Camino Sylvan bus stop, which serves the 22 bus line, is within 300 feet of the site and serves as the closest bus stop. A total of 202 trees were inventoried across the site, of which 117 are categorized as heritage trees. The project is proposing to remove 39 trees in total, including 15 heritage trees due to their location within the proposed building footprints and/or necessary site improvements associated with the development. The project will provide 153 new trees plantings across the site, all of which will be at least 24-inch box in size or larger. Additionally, 3 new street trees are proposed along El Camino. The tree canopy on site is projected to increase 3 times greater than the existing canopy at full maturity. And in addition, the project is requesting a design exception from the 25-foot maximum front setback along El Camino to provide additional root and canopy clearance necessary to preserve a mature heritage tree along that street frontage. The project is providing 11% of the base density for very low income households. As such, the project is eligible for a 35% density bonus with up to 2 concessions or incentives, in addition to available development waivers per the provisions of the state density bonus law. The applicant is proposing to utilize 1 concession to request an approximately 2% reduction to the open area requirement and 5 development waivers related to increased building height, reduced setbacks from property lines and between structures to allow construction of the affordable units at the density permitted via the state density bonus. With exception to the noted concession and waivers, the project complies with the development standards of both respective sub-areas of the precise plan and municipal code. The project is subject to the following 3 applicable local and state affordable housing requirements. It's important to note that these requirements are inclusive and not additive. SB 330 expressly states that the replacement units can be counted towards both density bonus and local inclusionary requirements. The project is meeting the city's 15% local inclusionary requirement by providing 24 units at 2 income levels. As previously mentioned, the project is providing 11% of the total base units to very low income households. And with respect to the replacement unit requirements, Council recently adopted policy pursuant to SB 330 requiring rent stabilized units occupied by households earning above 80% AMI to be replaced as deed restricted units at 80% AMI or below. As a result, this project will replace the noted 42 units with 33 replacement units at 50% AMI and the remaining 9 units, at 80% AMI. All 42 of the apartments proposed for demolition are covered under the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act, or CSFRA, and are subject to the stricter of relocation assistance requirements specified under the 2018 Tenant Relocation Assistance Ordinance, or TRAO, and SB 330. Under these local and state provisions, displaced tenants are eligible for different relocation assistance based on income. It should be mentioned that the applicant is voluntarily proposing to provide the cash equivalent of 4.5 months rent of tenants for tenants eligible for Category B. This is 1.5 months beyond the standard requirement. And finally, the right of first return is available to displaced tenants eligible under Categories A and B. And this provision allows displaced tenants the first right to return to their previously occupied unit if the project is canceled and the original units are returned to rental market. I did want to make note that we have staff from our housing division that can speak in detail regarding the affordable housing requirements and our tenant relocation program. Finally, an initial study of environmental significance was prepared to evaluate whether any new environmental effects would occur as a result of the project, which were not already examined under the Precise Plans Program EIR. The initial study found that the proposed project would result in either the same or lesser impacts than those addressed in the Precise Plan Final EIR and complies with this California Environmental Quality Act. The project is compliant with all applicable general plan, zoning code, and precise plan development standards, with exception to the noted concession and development waivers, and meets all the necessary findings associated with each planning entitlement required for this project. I did want to make note of item 3 on the slide. A notice of intent to vacate public easements at the project site was brought forward to City Council on August 30th on consent for initial reading. Today's motion would include whether to formally adopt a resolution of vacate a public wire clearance easement along the southern border of the site. And this will conclude staff's presentation. Staff's available for any questions City Council may have. And as a reminder, the applicant team does have a brief presentation prepared. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. The applicant will now provide a presentation, and we will hear from Drew Solons from Equity Residential, Ashesh Sahiba from Steinberg Hart, and James Munden from Munden Fry Landscape Associates. Promote everyone.
Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you. Just had to rejoin. All right, I'll get started. 1 second here. Okay, good evening, Mayor Ramirez, Vice Mayor Hicks, and City Council members. I'm Drew Solons here on behalf of the sponsor, Equity Residential. My colleagues and I are pleased to be here tonight to present our housing proposal for 870 East El Camino Real. The proposal is the culmination of years of effort on the part of both city staff and our talented design team. And we're proud that it offers significant contributions to the community in terms of affordable housing, park fees, and neighborhood connections. I'm joined tonight by Ashesh Sahiba with Steinberg Hart Architects and James Munden with Munden Fry Landscape Architects. And I'll make a few quick remarks and then hand it off to them to present the design. Quick overview, hopefully this isn't repetitive or too repetitive. The project was announced in 2019, and at the outset, we implemented a very successful resident relocation program, Philip mentioned this, that offered significantly more benefits than were required by the city, including the alternative to move to an unaffected apartment. The program was very well received, and we think it has functioned well. The planning process with the city has been collaborative, and we think the proposal embodies the city's El Camino Real Precise Plan and its vision for people-friendly places with a focus on sustainability and high-quality design. Our neighborhood outreach has been comprehensive and has included Zoom conversations, a custom website, thousands of notice mailers, and meetings with our own residents. The outreach has been a good opportunity for us to communicate with our neighbors, and we'd say the feedback has been generally supportive. I'll mention a few key features. The building will include at least 33 units. This will get discussed, I'm sure, that replace non-means tested rent-controlled units with below market rate homes affordable to very low income households. 138 existing apartments will remain on the site. They'll function as one community when combined with the new homes, which will offer a unique spectrum of housing choice and affordability for existing and future residents. The project will be making a payment of over $12 million to the city to fund parks, which is over $50,000 per unit. The project will include a new shuttle stop for Mountain View's MVGO shuttle service together with funding to support it. Philip mentioned, the project will include the new public access easement, which we will include wayfinding signage for. And the project will target a LEED Gold designation, which is one of the highest standards in green building design. With that, I'll hand the mic over to Ashesh and James, but before I go, I'll say Steinberg, Hart, and Mund & Fry are very talented architecture firms who are known for their high quality work, including on many public and arts commissions, and we think their abilities really shine on this project. I'll hand it off to Ashesh.
Thank you, Drew. I will share my screen here. So hopefully we see the screen here. Okay. And yeah, as Drew mentioned, my name's Ashesh. I'm a partner in charge of this project for Steinberg Hart. And it's great to be working in Mountain View again. I worked on a project just down the street on El Camino a few years back. And just to give you a real high level, big picture design goals that we had when we started this project was really to look at the current community that exists, as you see in this aerial photograph, and really try to understand where we could focus the development and the density. And what made most sense, because of also the split zoning of this site, is to focus the density towards East El Camino. And I know many of the council members walked the site, and so these images will be familiar to you as we move around the site, just to give you a bit of context of how there's varying scales of buildings, taller buildings towards El Camino, and then the current community starts to step down into the neighborhood scale. So as you can see here in this image, we really focused our two buildings towards East El Camino and looked for an opportunity to stitch together the new buildings with the existing ones that we were retaining, and on two fronts. One is through the massing of the project, making sure that we started stepping the building down as we moved towards page left here, and also through the use of landscape and stitching the landscape together, which I'll let James speak more to. I just wanted to show you a few views just to highlight specifically what we were looking at as we were designing this project. So this is looking from Sunnyvale, looking down into Mountain View on East El Camino, and the building off to the right. So you can see we have some large trees in the median, and we also have the heritage tree that that Philip mentioned that we're looking to retain right on El Camino. And I think the use of the materials as we started exploring this was really to help ground the building as it faces the street, as you can see here, and then to use different warm materials technology entry and allow for that natural wayfinding to occur. As you can see, we've also utilized balconies to allow for the residents to have access to outdoor space on multiple levels. And as we get closer to the building, you could see that there's a rich material palette that is combined with the landscape that's being developed in order to really create a welcoming threshold into the project. And this slide just turns us all the way back into the neighborhood and Mirror Drive, and just wanting to show the impact of the existing trees that will be retained, some of the existing buildings that will also be retained, and then just the view of the northernmost building that we're inserting into the site and its impact, which is minimal after the landscape has taken hold, as you can see here. I'll turn it over to James to talk a little bit about how we're tackling outdoor space for the community.
Thank you, Ashesh. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Great. So yeah, as the landscape architects, our goal was really to help marry this new development within the larger context. And so there was a real focus on preserving as many trees as we can, and I think the main goal there was to really keep all those trees along the perimeter. We've talked about how the building had to be set back to accommodate that heritage tree on El Camino, and then really look at other opportunities where we can infuse open space to really help kind of provide a very kind of pedestrian focused environment that's inviting and very intuitive with wayfinding. This next slide really shows the existing canopy condition up above, and below is the anticipated growth, which will exceed 50%. So be a big improvement there. And that's done through a variety of different techniques of preservation, but also bringing in a variety of diverse trees, native species. Another really important aspect was really to kind of marry, as I say, the existing site with this new component. And in addition to the swimming pool and bocce court and outdoor grill area, which is shown in A and B, we're starting to bring in a new dog run, also areas for seating and outdoor dining. There's opportunities for exercise and play, as well as having these outdoor rooms, which very much for during these times when people are working more at home. The next slides just start to show you a little bit more of those details. This is a courtyard, which, as I say, has these kind of outdoor rooms that are very flexible, allowing for small gatherings or larger gatherings, maybe outdoor exercise and yoga, as well as opportunities for play. This slide shows how we're utilizing a service road, obviously predominantly normally for vehicles, but really trying to tame that, reducing the width to its minimum, and really integrating these moments, these small exercise areas that can be utilized, and as I say, really help make this kind of development a pedestrian focused place. And dining opportunities as well, I think are important. Again, providing in areas where there's good shade. As we know, it gets very hot in Mountain View, and we want to provide lots of opportunities for people who are living here. And this last slide is just a little bit more zoomed in and some renderings of that dining area. And I think just a note on the bottom right, we've allocated areas where we can plant some larger trees, especially to offset some of the heritage trees that we've had to remove, with some large 72-inch box. So for example, that bottom right image there shows that larger tree where we're planting that. But overall, I think we're excited to see this project through and really improve the overall diversity of this environment.
That concludes our presentation. So we're here to answer any questions or comments you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does any member of the council have any questions for staff or the applicant? Vice Mayor Hicks.
So I like the pedestrian-focused environment and the natural materials. I have some questions about them as well. One of the things I think about when we look at these developments is that as our housing gets denser, one of the reasons we do that, one of the many reasons, is often density allows people to get out of their cars and walk to things and take transit, but not always. It depends on how you design denser developments. So I'd like to know a little more. I like that you said it was pedestrian focused, and I appreciate the pictures, but I'd like to know a little more about where the public access easement goes and who can use the different, all those different pathways that you showed us, like the ones with the exercise equipment, for example. How many are private? How many can neighbors use? Yeah, and where does well, I'll come back to, if you skip any of the questions I asked a lot, I'll come back and ask them again.
Okay, yeah. No, I think all good questions. And I think overall, the philosophy is that it is very open and very permeable, and allowing for people who live there and their guests and the public to kind of walk through the development. I think they're, by the nature of certain spaces, are closer to some of the outdoor kind of deck areas, maybe more privatized areas. I don't think there's going to be any gates per se to prevent people from going in there, but I think from a design standpoint, we're strong advocates for, creating a good neighborhood, that there's a lot of kind of areas where people are overlooking public space. And so I think by that will help kind of provide a safer environment, but still not having lots of screens and barriers up. So I think genuinely we are really trying to kind of to create spaces that are open and accessible for all. As I say, I think where we have some overlap of kind of vehicular and pedestrian, we are just trying to kind of make it feel more pedestrian focused, just to help slow traffic down, which again will be another way of just making it an overall nicer environment to be in. And so I think the passageway through is utilizing, and I know we had a diagram further up, I think, which Philip showed, where that easement kind of came through. It's really the main kind of vehicular entry, and there's a sidewalk that's kind of adjacent to that roadway. And we have a particular line of trees, I think it's Gleditsia, which will stand out and be very inviting kind of passageway, alleyway. And so I think with the kind of horticultural wayfinding, it will just, I think, allow people to naturally want to kind of come in. And as I say, there's no gates per se to stop them from doing that. I'm not sure if that answers all your questions or some of them.
Not all, but most of it. I have a couple more, but
Okay.
I appreciate that. I lived in an apartment, the Park Place apartment in downtown Mountain View for a while, that had pathways that the public can use, and that it was very permeable and it worked well. So I appreciate that. Where does the public access easement, what does it lead to?
It's kind of hard to show this without
I can share my screen again. Yeah,
that would be helpful, Ashesh.
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
But it's connecting the Sylvan Park neighborhood, the kind of Muir and Moraga intersection, with El Camino Real.
Essentially, this path right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then can you tell me a little more about, and I know there's only a small part of this project that runs along El Camino, but I think it's, the people who live here can walk only a short distance to a lot of restaurants, haircutting places, dentists, a lot of neighborhoods serving retail. If the sidewalk kind of tells them that they can walk there, if the sidewalk along El Camino, as it is now, kind of tells you get in your car and drive, even if you're going to drive a half a block. So I know this is only a small, you can't make all of El Camino walkable. You don't own it, but every development adds a little bit to that. So can you tell me a little bit about, like, how wide is that sidewalk? And I mean, I looked it up. I think it's 7 feet, with maybe a 4 or 5 foot planting strip, which is between the sidewalk and El Camino, which is good. But I'd like a rich planting strip so that you really feel screened from the road, and to give that example to other developments nearby. Can you tell me what you've done to make that little strip more, suggest that you want to walk to the restaurant down the street?
Yeah. And I think we were also kind of encouraging that effect of having more planting along the curbside. And I think we originally did actually have that as part of our proposal, but then we had pushback because of other requirements, and I think other design guidelines that we had to follow. But I think by setting the building back and having a more of a buffer and kind of transition from the sidewalk to the building, there's a lot of opportunity to provide a lot of green, lush kind of plantings, as well as the 3 new street trees, the existing heritage tree that previously actually in the existing condition is set back. Actually, I think there's actually a curb and a physical barrier to be able to get to it. Whereas now that physical barrier is gone, and there's a seat that's going to be wrapping around that existing heritage tree, along with some bike racks and some other trees that are going to be filled in within the planting buffer between the sidewalk and the building. But you're right, it is a narrow strip generally, and I think we've pushed the building back as far as we can with that. But I do feel that this is definitely a big improvement, and I do think will encourage people to walk and kind of want to walk as a pedestrian.
So is there any planting strip between the sidewalk and the street?
No, there's not. We've not been allowed to do that.
Oh, okay.
That was Public Works change, or?
I believe so, yeah. And Philip might be able to help me fill in more details there, but I know we had pushback, and I tried my best to keep that, but we weren't able to.
Yeah.
I thought there were tree wells there. Is that
there's tree wells? Yes, there's tree wells, and we've got scarlet oak there, which is part of the design guidelines recommended tree. And rather than planting underneath, the design guidelines I believe are an aggregate, stone aggregate. And so,
I think what we also did, just to reinforce what James was describing, was to create more of an alley of trees here, which typically you just have the street trees, but we've also got a second row of trees right behind those street trees. And to your point, how do you encourage more movement along El Camino and foster that pedestrian movement? I think that alley really helps, as we've seen in other cities. When you walk between an alley of trees, it really starts to feel inviting for folks to do that. And then we couldn't keep doing that down here because we've got the large heritage tree, but that really creates a point of orientation for the pedestrians, and a point of respite, as James described, with a bench that sort of wraps the trunk base of there. So I think through, even though we have a small strip along El Camino, I think we created some variation along there to hopefully encourage movement up and down El Camino, whether towards Sunnyvale or past the Hotel Levante or to the Hotel Levante as folks walk the street.
And it looks like maybe Mr. Brennan has an answer as well.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor Hicks. I do have a graphic that I think will be informative with respect to your question. Let me share it now. Let me know if you can see that.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so this graphic really speaks to some of the site constraints with respect to the sidewalk and any potential area for providing additional land strips or landscape strips. There's a series of underground utilities and telecommunication boxes along this way. These are the proposed tree planter areas, and we have another telecommunication box here, as well as a light pole. So there is opportunity to potentially add additional landscape area, but it's relatively minor. It would be a relatively minor improvement along this area.
Okay, thank you for showing me that. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So if this project is approved tonight, what is the estimated completion date when people could move in?
I will take that. I think we have probably a good 6 to 9 months of construction drawings and permitting and working with contractors and getting the project financed before we start. So that's kind of a mid-2023 construction start. And then I would expect that it will be something on the order of, call it 27 months. So it would be kind of in the late 2025 range that the first units would be available. That's probably a reasonable expectation.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking that is because I sent in the question about if one of the current residents opts to move to Sunnyvale, and it said the rent would be at the same rate they're paying now, and that for 3 years you would honor the CSFRA rent increases in Mountain View. I was wondering if folks would still be subject to that by the time this project was completed. It sounds like it's close, but can we say that if somebody, well, I guess you don't know, maybe you could make that a little bit longer in terms of how long you would have the CSFRA rent increases apply to somebody who moved to Sunnyvale, so their rent would not be increased more than that before they had the opportunity to move back to this complex.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it applies even more so, I think, Councilmember, to the residents who move on site to the extent that that's available, right? There's 138 homes that are going to remain, and those are obviously subject to CSFRA. So I think that, you know, and there's only 5 of those original residents who are still in occupancy, I think. So I think we're covered, but I'm not sure.
Well, I guess, you know, if somebody does opt to move to Sunnyvale, they would only be covered for 3 years, right? I mean, that's what I read in the council Q&A.
Right, that's what we committed to. That's what that's what our company committed to, 3 years ago after a lot of internal discussion. So I'm not sure. Are you asking us to extend that period?
Well, if somebody who's living in Sunnyvale, if the project for some reason is delayed or takes longer than expected, they could be subject to a fairly sizable rent increase because you would, the agreement to have them covered by the CSFRA for 3 years could expire.
Yeah, I don't recall, Philip or anybody in the housing staff, how that works with the right of, first return, but I would suspect that it's already covered under that. Is there anybody here who's a better expert in that than myself?
Councilmember Matichak, I could confirm, but I believe this was voluntarily offered.
Yeah, I'm not talking about their rent when they come back to the property. I'm talking about a rent increase in Sunnyvale.
Right.
Goes long.
Right.
So, yeah.
That was a voluntary commitment from the developer. So the city can't require it.
But they could voluntarily extend it if they wanted to.
Yes. Drew, council members asking if you would be willing to voluntarily extend the low rent in Sunnyvale until they're ready to come back to the new development.
I mean, we're talking about one of the 5 residents who remain, provided that they
only if they opt to move to a Sunnyvale location. And it could be one, but that one, I would not want them to be subject to the CSFRA for 3 years, then all of a sudden have a large rent increase because you're no longer honoring that before the building in Mountain View is done. But we can talk about that when we get to the comments.
Okay.
So I'll move on to my other questions. So I was wondering, how do you actually go about, what is the process for measuring the tree canopy now and in the future? How do you do that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it all depends on, we evaluate each tree species and their growth rate. We know the size approximately of the canopy size of when they go in. So on our diagram, we can pull that back up. On that diagram, we show, I think, the first 2 years of that growth, then the 5, and then I believe maturity. And so, okay, here we go. Yeah, so construction completion and then 5-year coverage. That's right. Yeah, so we got construction completion, then a 5-10-year coverage, and then full growth. So I think the there's definitely a lot of variables, and a lot of those variables very much relate to maintenance. And, trees, once they do start to kind of like connect their canopy joins with other tree canopies, I think where we feel fairly certain with this analysis is that because we are putting in a lot of trees within quite a dense area, and the choice of those tree species are kind of being carefully thought out where we are having them more dense. So the smaller tree canopies on their own don't provide such a large canopy, but when there's a dense kind of more forest, like we're having in some of the podium areas, their combined canopy will really kind of provide that overall coverage. So really is, as I say, looking at each individual species and their placement, and just kind of calculating that expansion where there is no obstruction. So where there's a building, we can't calculate that. That will be discounted from that canopy calc. But yeah.
So you are looking at each tree, its location, its species, and a growth rate you would expect for that species.
That's right. And that's where you start to see these different sized circles. They are reflective of their mature size versus, one of the trees we're putting in is a London plane and the California sycamore. And so that's regarded as a larger tree, which will get, a lot more like 45 feet in diameter if it's unobstructed, versus a smaller tree like a melaleuca that we're putting in may only get to say 20 feet wide, so be half the size. Yeah.
Okay. So in, let's see, the staff report, it said that there were 2 native tree species, and yet in the council Q&A it came back and said there were 3, and this time it included the California hazelnut. So just out of curiosity, I thought, well, what the heck does that look like? And is it really native?
The hazel, the California hazel?
Yeah, I cannot find it as a tree. I can find it as a large shrub.
Yeah, it's often used, it's a pioneering species similar to the birches and aspen that you would have in other parts of the country. So it's more associated with damp conditions. And it's not as commercially grown as other species in the landscape kind of commercial sector, but it is something that can be available. We are planting them sort of on a smaller size, but they are a multi-stem. So I suppose the closest I would say they look like is a birch tree, kind of a river birch or a Himalayan birch, which you have a few actually, I think, in Mountain View, and they're quite a common tree to use in landscape schemes.
And so I also asked the question about what percent of the, not of the entire landscape, but I'd like to know what percent of the new trees you're planting, not the percent of the species, but the number of trees will be native. If only 3 of the 9 species are native for the trees, like what percent of the trees are going to be native?
That's a good question. I think, and like I can get my planting plan. Let's see, I think, the quantity of California sycamores that we're putting in, that there's 29 of those, and they have quite a large canopy size. The California hazel, there's 42 of those. Western redbud technically is not native, although it is within within close range. As I say, the quercus on the street, I believe that's also native. So if I had to, on the spot, give you a percentage, I don't actually have it on me, but I'd say it's probably around 30-40% of quantity of trees. Yeah. Okay. And I think, there's always a balance. Obviously in every project you can imagine, and every staff meeting we go to or design review, we get asked similar questions. And I think there's that balance with what one is commercially available to what's, I think, going to be sustainable long term. And there's a lot of species that are, even though they're not technically native, they do follow the same characteristics as natives, being drought tolerant and also providing a lot of habitat potential and very much kind of complementary to other native species, so definitely not invasive. So we feel confident that even though it's not 100%, which I think would be very, very difficult, and more of a monoculture, I think we're creating a nice diverse environment that feels native and feels very much in that family.
Okay. I also sent in a question about the club room, and I wasn't necessarily looking for the footprint of it. I was looking for what it looked like, because the way it was described, I thought it was like a separate thing. But now that I look at the plans, it's actually just a room in the building, right? That looks like the rest of the building from the outside. Is that correct?
That's correct. If it's in the new building, we have a club room that's existing as well. That is towards the northern edge of the site. But we have on the rooftop of the building over here a club room, which is at the roof with the outdoor terrace. And
yeah, but it just looks like it's part of the building.
It is. It's part of the building. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the applicant or staff? Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I have a few questions. I submitted quite a few, and thank you to staff or the applicant, whoever it was that answered them. I really appreciate it. One is, who is going to have access to the community room on the 6th floor?
That would be all the building residents, both existing and new.
Oh, okay. So everybody would have access to that.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And what would you do? You'd reserve it or something? How would that work?
No, I think it'll get broken up into a variety of spaces, but I would say these days, most of it will be probably smaller rooms that a lot of people are using for working from home. Just, kind of comfortable lounge seating and, nice work from home type seating. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. And it should have a fabulous view from up there.
It should. Yes.
Which is great. Okay. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the safe routes to school. That's been a tremendous issue in our community recently. And El Camino is, it's hard to traverse for elementary school kids. There's no two ways about it. So I wanted you to talk a little bit about how you think the children who will be living in this community will get to school.
Oh, Councilmember, that is a terrific question. If the elementary school is across El Camino Real, I don't know that. It's a terrific question. I have 2 4th graders myself, so that is a big deal to me. But I don't have a ready answer for you.
Okay, well, I thought maybe there was some connection with the shuttle that you were putting into place, or is there?
Well, my understanding with the MV Go is that's connecting to Caltrain, so it's, I think, primarily a commuter type.
Okay, so that's a commuter type thing. Okay,
yeah.
All right.
If I may speak, I'm sorry, I was not promoted panel, I was just unmuted. This is Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director, and I'm happy to provide additional information about safe routes to school if you'd like. So the elementary school that is served, or that this housing development would be using, is Landos Elementary School. Oh, give me a moment. I just got an invitation to join this panelist. Hi. Okay. Again, Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. As I was mentioning, this is in the Landos Elementary School boundary area, and there is a suggested route to school map that does not rely on using El Camino for the elementary school because they're not headed in that direction. So that map link is available. Thank you very much for screen sharing it. So as you can see, they would head up and they would be using Dana Street. And Dana Street does currently have some sidewalks and has a standard bike lane on it. I'll just go ahead and pitch right now that we are planning to upgrade this portion of Dana Street with more complete street elements next time it's in the paving program. It's not yet scheduled, but that is on our plans, and we recognize it's part of the suggested route to school. For the middle school, which is Graham Middle School, we'll note that this development is in very easy walking distance of the Mountain View Community Shuttle bus stop at El Camino Real and Sylvan, which then will take those students to Graham Middle School. I looked at the schedule earlier today. It is a 15-minute shuttle ride, very convenient. For those students that would like, it's outside of walking distance, but if they are interested in biking to school, it's going to be very helpful when Caltrain does the El Camino Real paving project, as you all know, because part of that will be to add bike lanes to El Camino Real, which will help using the bike lanes. And then also as part of that project is adding a new signalized pedestrian crossing of El Camino Real at Crestville View. So it gives another location that will be easy to cross. It'll be using the pedestrian high bed beacons that you see right now that, pedestrians activate and then it stops traffic. And this could be a back way in that then crossing El Camino Real and then using Dale to connect through to the Dale Heatherstone overcrossing of 85 and connect into the Stevens Creek Trail, and then could use that method as a way to get to Graham Middle School and avoid riding at all on El Camino Real. So there are some current options and some upcoming options that will improve safe routes to school access.
Good. And I noticed also that they could access the trail at the intersection just on the other side of 85. There's an entrance that they could do and go under the tunnel of El Camino and then come out, and go through Martin's and go to school that way. Maybe a little longer, but quite safe. So very important things to think about. Well, thank you, Dawn. The other question, the other two things I was hoping to bring up, I always try to bring these up, is the idea of dual plumbing. We are heading into, with climate change, we know that our water supply is, we're going to have more variability. And so the use of water for non-potable uses is really important. And it's not required in a residential building, but I would hope that it's something that you would seriously consider. And there should be a pretty good supply of recycled water available, probably both from Sunnyvale and Mountain View at that site within the next 10 years. And then the other question I had was about condo mapping, and the response was that the applicant had not considered condo mapping. But in Mountain View, we consider that as a way to help reach the missing middle, which has been a real problem in our community. So it's another thing that I always ask applicants about. Have you thought about the possibility of mapping this building or one of these buildings for condos, and what are the gating items for not doing that?
I can address that. Our company is an apartment, for rent apartment real estate investment trust, a public company. Our sole business purpose is to own, operate, manage apartment buildings for rent for the long term. So it's just not something that we do. We typically want to build or buy and hold apartment buildings for 10, 15 years or longer. I think we maybe have owned this one for 10 years at this point, at least. And I guess that's maybe my best way of answering that. We're not really considering this as any kind of condo conversion or condo sale opportunity. It's just not something that we do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any final questions before we go to public comment? If not, would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. And we'll go ahead and allocate 2 minutes. The first speaker is James Kuzmal.
Good evening. My name is James Kuzmal. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. First off, since Safe Routes to School stuff did come up, I did want to note that there's also the option of taking the BTA 22 bus to very near Grand Middle School. However, since I believe there's no free program for MVWSD students for BTA buses, it would mean basically a $35 a month monthly pass for any students who wanted to do that, but that'd be much faster than the community shuttle. Secondly, to solve our housing crisis, we'll be wanting to see a lot more projects like this. I hope we see it move forward as fast as can going forwards. The tree replacement stuff seems good and standard, although I'm not an expert on that. I appreciate the fact that we are getting a public easement through to Muir Road from El Camino. That is in line with city policy, and I hope to see more of that going forwards. I hope that in future projects, we can see things where we sort of more preemptively get some amount of public easement parallel to El Camino in this case, where you would then maybe in the future, if a redevelopment project occurred along Acalanes Drive, then we could get a parallel connection to El Camino that didn't require, that let pedestrians go along El Camino without going on El Camino. But that's a thing for future projects, not for this project. And I guess the final thing that I'd be interested in hearing from the applicant, if it's not already documented somewhere, is why they felt the need to build more parking than was required given all the various state density bonus laws and such that applied. Since I would hope that going forwards we can see more and denser apartment buildings with more homes for people and less parking along high quality transit corridors. But overall, excellent project. I hope this happens as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is George Kaufman.
I'll just say that I am opposed to a 6-story building on this site. It's an 80% coverage of the property that's being built on. I think a 4-story structure would be fine. I'm worried about what happens on a 16-foot driveway with overhanging trees if there was a fire emergency at the hotel, which has a setback variance to the property line, or to this new building, God forbid, if we needed to get a ladder truck in there. I don't think it would fit. Also, I believe that the hotel, formerly the Hilton Garden Inn, has a 20 kilovolt overhead line through your property, an easement that was established 5 years ago. And I don't see anything in the plans for dealing with that. I do applaud the high quality design of the building. I just think that 6 stories is wrong and that there are other site challenges which are going to be troublesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. The next speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. You hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just wanted to check last time. Okay, yeah, Bruce England, speaking a combination of for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning and Green Spaces Mountain View. This is a really great discussion. I was initially going to comment on removal of trees, which Green Spaces typically is against. We like to retain as many trees as possible. But hearing the discussion sounds like this has been very well thought out. It's very impressive. Very different from the discussion we heard about tree removal at Vargas School, by the way. So I feel confident that you're going on the right track with this. On the Councilmember Hicks was talking about the planter strips and sidewalk quality and things like that. There is a movement in the city towards green complete streets and that sort of design. So the more that can be taken into consideration would be great. Permeability, similarly, the more that people can walk and bike in and around and through the area is terrific. I agree with what James said about parking. As much as that can be minimized, that would be great. And lastly, on Dana Street, Public Works Director said that improvements are going to be made along there. They're really sorely needed, so that's great to hear. Right now, it's 35 miles an hour along there over to Moore Park. And with additional students going to and from the school, all the more reason to bring that speed down from 35. But all in all, this sounds like a really great project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Vincent Guerra.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we.
My name is Mitchell Vinciguerra. I'm a field representative with the Carpenters Local 405 here in the Santa Clara Valley. I'm here tonight to ask, as the city moves forward with the El Camino Real residential plan, I hope you consider developing labor standards that include healthcare, apprenticeship, and local hire. 1 out of 4, or 26% of construction workers in California lack health insurance. That's 2.5 times the rate for all California workers. These workers are sometimes reliant on emergency rooms, taxing an already overburdened medical system in our communities. Construction apprenticeship programs are a proven escalator to the middle class, training tens of thousands of California residents every year at no cost to the taxpayers. And policies that require the utilization of apprenticeships develop a pool of skilled labor in the local area who can work on future projects. As more and more construction workers are forced into mega commutes, local hire policies can help bring stability to families and the community, ensuring workers can spend time with their families and participate in civic and community life instead of spending 4+ hours a day in traffic. NorCal Carpenters would also love to have a conversation with the owner-developer Equity Residential. Should you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Hey all, I just wanted to say I think that 6 stories is not tall enough. I think that if anything, we could go denser. We build once, it lasts a long time. We should take advantage of any sort of redevelopment to make more, to take more advantage of the land use, the location, the housing, like create a greater density of people who can take advantage of the amenities of the neighborhood, the community. Like, it's worth it. It's worth the investment now. I don't think we should dumb it down and make it smaller. I think we should do better and take each project as something that is an opportunity for an abundance mentality, and not just be afraid and posit a bunch of hypotheticals about how like things could go wrong because big, bad. Anyway, thank you. Also, Lucas, you're still very robot. You need to replace that computer, man.
Once a robot, always a robot. Thank you, Alex. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? If not, we'll close public comment and we'll return to the council for deliberation and action. And I'll note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolutions attached to the report. Would any member of the council like to start us off? Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I'm not making a motion. I just want to circle back. On page 15 of the staff report, under alternative C, it says option 2 is to move to an apartment in Sunnyvale, and Sunnyvale does not have rent control as far as I know, like the city of Mountain View does. So my question was, and maybe you can tell me more details about the potential here. Did you say that there are only 5 people left living in the buildings that would be demolished? So only 5 people need to make use of these alternatives.
Councilmember Matichak, I can respond to this. I checked with our project manager with the CSFRA team, and there are 2 of the renters have moved into apartments in Sunnyvale.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess my question was, you know, they could have annual rent increases that are as we've heard, would be the same as the CSFRA for 3 years. But after that, if they choose not to come back, then they stay in Sunnyvale and they're subject to market conditions. But if they do want to come back, it seems like we should say that their rent increases continue with the CSFRA until such time they come back to this project when it's done. Now, the timing might be such that this doesn't happen because you're going to get this project done within 3 years. But it just seems to me that if they do want to come back, that they should be helped until they have the opportunity to come back.
Is this a question to me, council member?
Sure.
Well, I'm looking at the SB 330 right of first refusal. I think those folks who, would qualify to come back into a below market rate 50% or 80% AMI unit, if they are in our property in Sunnyvale or at Reserve Mountain View in one of those 138 homes, I think we would do everything we could to make it easier for them to not have the rent bump up, before they got into a BMR unit.
Yeah, I'm specifically talking about the folks who would come back to an affordable unit.
Right. And I can't tell you when the project will start construction or when it will be completed. I can't make a commitment to that. So I can't say anything that's open-ended, right? But if there was somebody who was moving to Sunnyvale temporarily or to one of those units in our building, like I said, we would try to bridge the gap for them. So if it was 4 years instead of 3, we would do that.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. If there are no other comments or questions, a motion is in order. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Well, I'm ready to make a motion with for the staff recommendation with Councilmember Matichek's caveat. If she'd like to phrase it in any particular way, I'm open. But otherwise, I'll make a motion to approve to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit and development review permit to construct 2 6-story apartment buildings comprised of 233 units and a 2-level underground parking garage with a density bonus concession and waivers under state density bonus law, and to make site and facade improvements to existing buildings, a provisional use permit to allow rooftop amenities above the 3rd floor, and a heritage tree removal permit to remove 15 heritage trees and relocate 1 heritage tree on a 9.14 acre project site located at 870 East El Camino Real, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View ordering the vacation of public easements at 870 East El Camino Real, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kameh, I think I had your hand up second initially. Did you want to?
I just wanted to second it.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Councilmember Showalter?
Yeah, I wanted to comment. I'm really pleased to see this project. I think that they've done a very good job of utilizing the site. We don't have many places in Mountain View where people feel that 6-story buildings are a good idea. But I think along El Camino is absolutely the right place for them. And so I'm very glad to see this project coming forward. I am concerned about the routes to school for these youngsters. I thought the suggestion of taking the public bus for the junior high kids was certainly a great idea, and all the improvements that Public Works Director Cameron mentioned are really important. And it's sort of on our end, we want to make sure that they get carried out. And then the other thing I'm pleased about is the tree plan. A great deal of thought has obviously been given to this, and the idea of, I mean, really what we're working for is increasing our canopy. We passed a plan several years ago to increase it by 5%, and on this specific site, it increases it by a lot more than that. And I think that will make this site so much more pleasant for the people who live there in particular, and the rest of us who pass by it. So I'm really glad to see that. That is a tremendous amenity for our community. And then the other thing I want to bring up again is that view of the bay, that potential view of the bay. We are called Mountain View, and these buildings will have lovely views of the mountains, and that's great. But I think another thing that having this particular height will allow is some views of the bay. And as we move forward with the restorations that are ongoing, that is going to be a tremendous amenity as well. So I'm pleased to see this project moving forward.
Thank you. Any remaining questions or comments? If not, Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I'll just respond to Vice Mayor Hicks. I'm not sure we can condition the project on that, but I appreciate the applicant saying that they would work with folks who have moved to Sunnyvale if it turns out that they're there longer than expected. And they said they do their best to work with them, so we'll just take it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions or comments, then I'll ask the city clerk to commence the roll call.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, and thank you, staff, for the presentation and work. We will now proceed to the next item, 7.1, Public Safety Building Design, Project 20-49, Selection of Site Layout. Principal Project Manager David Printy and Public Works Director Don Cameron will present the item. So I'll need some assistance, I think, in promoting everyone. I see Don is already here. And whenever you're ready to begin the presentation, go ahead.
Hello, yes, thank you. Let me share my screen. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is David Printy, Principal Project Manager with Public Works, and I'm here to discuss the Public Safety Building Project. We are also here to receive Council's approval for the Public Safety Building site layout option and to provide an update on funding strategy development. This project has been in development for approximately 20 years, as many of you know, and most recently in October of 2021, City Council provided direction to develop site layout options for a new facility at 1000 Villa, which is the existing site for the Police and Fire Administration Building. To understand how best to develop these options, we did an extensive study of the existing site to evaluate the existing assets and limitations. First and foremost, there is a number of public utilities that run along the Oak Street alignment through the site that service not just the site, but the surrounding public, as well, of course, as many public safety assets. Excuse me. Many public safety assets that serve the existing building, as well as a 140-foot communications tower that serves the 911 call center, as well as a regional hub and repeating station for the countywide public safety services. So taking that information, consultants and staff have developed 4 site layout options that fall into 2 primary categories. Options 1 and 2 are in the category of layouts that only require a partial relocation during construction of some of the public safety services as the new building is developed. Options 3 and 4, however, will require full relocation of all police and fire activities or services off-site to another location during the entirety of construction, which is anticipated to be as long as 36 to 40 months. So a little closer look at the 4 options. Option 1, as I stated before, requires only partial relocation using a phased construction approach. It has the main building, new building, fronting on Villa Street, and is adjoined by a 3-story parking lot that has shared use between public parking and the public safety vehicles and staff vehicles. This option has a remnant parcel with an approximately 1 acre buildable area, primarily because of the aforementioned public utilities. This is the most condensed of the 3 options. The remnant parcel has a smaller frontage on Franklin Street, so it can be developed for alternate uses such as below market housing. However, those would be sandwiched between the future Evelyn on-ramp and the 3-story public safety parking structure. Oh, and just briefly, this option is anticipated to cost approximately $165 million. Option 2 is similar to option 1, although it is much more, has more breathing space between the elements. The parking structure is rotated 90 degrees and only houses public safety vehicles, marked vehicles primarily. Staff vehicles would be on the surface parking up closer to Shoreline. The remnant parcel is slightly under 1 acre and fronts Franklin Street and has a more generous frontage along Franklin Street, which could be, in this scenario, possibly converted to a pedestrian plaza. It would still have EVA access to Evelyn Street, but is an option worth considering. This option is anticipated to cost approximately $156 million. Option 3, again, one of the first 2 of the 2 options that would require a full relocation and therefore would take longer to implement, has the public safety building fronting on Franklin Street, adjoined by a dedicated staff vehicle, or sorry to say, public safety vehicle parking structure and staff surface parking. It has a remnant parcel adjoining or fronting on Villa Street of approximately 1 acre. This option is anticipated to cost about $169 million. The increased cost is primarily due to the additional time that it would take to build this and the additional off-site phasing costs. Lastly, we have option 4, which again, as with option 3, requires full relocation, and it locates the public safety building at the corner of Villa and Oak Street a little more prominently than option 3 does, and has all the same amenities. The remnant parcel fronts is corner of Villa and Franklin Street, and the estimated cost for this option is approximately $173 million. Now, after taking into account all 4 options and their varying elements, staff evaluated them against 5 primary criteria. The program, which would be the space needs assessment that was done prior to the beginning of this exercise. And we were evaluating if the full program can be accommodated on each option. Public safety services, we evaluate each one to confirm that it minimizes disruption during construction to ongoing police and fire operations. We're also, of course, concerned with public services and utilities. And fourth, the cost of each was evaluated against the benefits. Finally, the public benefit of any remnant parcels that were available in each option were considered and evaluated against each other. With that, and then taking all 4 options into consideration and their varying criteria, varying elements, staff concluded that option 2 had the most beneficial options for the cities. It had the opportunity for an additional program element, similar to 3 and 4, where there was an area to the north, or I should say west, that could be programmed for outdoor uses such as staff training and canine training, a use that has been used in the past and is possible today, that is not possible with option 1. And as far as public safety services, it allows for services to be continuous, for the most part, on site, with a fair amount of phasing and some off-site activities using Lot 11 to house parking, to house staff parking and marked vehicles. Public services are not impacted by this option. It is the lowest cost of the 4 options. And with the alignment of the remnant parcel on Franklin Street directly across an existing below market housing development, it provides an opportunity to create a community there, which staff feels is a benefit. Therefore, staff would continues to recommend that option 2 be considered. As stated earlier, the anticipated cost for this option is about $156 million. And now let's take a moment to discuss the funding strategy. The anticipated financing needs would be, given projected revenue, we would need $139.9 million, given projected revenue in hand, for a cost of $9.1 million a year annually over 30 years. There is an existing projection for Ameswell development revenue of $3 million a year, and staff is evaluating other options shown here to see how they can provide the additional $6.1 million per year in annual debt service. Staff will be hiring a financial consultant to help advise on these funding strategies and their implementation. So after receiving direction from council, we would proceed to develop the conceptual design in more detail and complete the CEQA clearance reports and process, develop detailed site and building designs, and of course, architectural treatment of the structures, along with the aforementioned funding strategy. We would return to council, hopefully in late spring of 2023, to present the updated conceptual design and funding strategy for council's consideration. With that, I'd open up to questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions from the council? Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, so I'm interested in the land underneath the Evelyn on-ramp. It's a pretty significant amount of land. And I think that right now there's parking along that, it's a street, there's parking, there's a significant amount of parking there. It wasn't used at all in the 4 options. So I'm wondering whether that can be used to provide some of the space for parking. I think there may be something else going on. Are there bike routes or something else expected under that, under the Evelyn on-ramp? Can you explain that a little?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Don Cameron, Public Works Director. So the Evelyn on-ramp is part of the Castro Grade Separation Project. And what is also part of that project is to create a multi-use bike ped facility that would continue on Evelyn after the ramp starts up and partially under the ramp to connect through to where Evelyn Avenue currently cul-de-sacs, right under the Shoreline overcrossing. And one of the things that has happened recently is working through another development project in their conditions of approval, a new bike ped path has been constructed between Evelyn Avenue, at the terminus of Evelyn Avenue on the west side of Shoreline Boulevard that connects through now to Villa. So the Great Step project putting in this multi-use path that's going to be pretty much under that ramp that connects through to the end of Evelyn to that nice new bike ped path southbound and connects to Villa will help to create a continuous east-west or north-south, depending on how you like to orient Central Expressway, continuous route. Now, as for whether there's space left over under the ramp to continue to provide some parking is something that we can definitely have the grade separation project look at as part of their final design. But some of the constraints that we're going to need to look at is any cars trying to access that parking would likely have to cross the bike ped path. And there would not be possible to provide public access easily to that parking because you have the ramp in the way. But whether it could help provide some additional parking relief for the public safety buildings needs is something we can explore.
Okay, so I'm hearing that it's mostly being put to good use as a bike and ped path. There may be some spare spaces, but they may not be very accessible or maybe only accessible to the police. And you don't have any estimate of how many that would, rough estimate of how many that might be?
Not at this time, but it probably wouldn't be that many spaces because first you have to wait till the ramp gets to a certain elevation before you can start driving under it.
And maybe better for trees or something else at that point. Okay, thank you very much. That's all for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about the how we would fund the gap. I did ask a question about what the tax would be and the tax gap would be. So I'd like you to share that.
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. So we are going to be hiring a financial consultant to help us think about what sort of strategies that the city is going to have to put in place to fund this gap. So we do have some money to get us through the next stage, the design phase, but we will have to consider a variety of revenue options that could include a bond, would likely include some sort of revenue measure, but we need to bring a consultant on board to help us get through this next stage and give us some options, which we would then bring back to council in 2023.
And there also may be some important grant opportunities with some of the federal funding that's come forward in the last year for this.
Yes, Councilmember Showalter, absolutely. We will be exploring all options. And I know that our Public Works Directors team, we are very, we have a very robust program where we explore options for funding through federal and state grants. So we will definitely be doing everything we can to get a variety of funding options.
Well, I really am pleased to hear that we're going to be hiring a financial analyst to help us with this. And and because I know that there are several subjects that we've thought about, including in the need for more revenue, such as parks acquisition. And so I think this is a really good idea. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple questions. When do we anticipate that a financial consultant would be brought on board?
Thank you, Councilmember Lieber. So anticipating council's direction this evening, staff already has been putting feelers out towards financial consultants. I know that our assistant finance director, Grace Zhang, has already been in contact with a few potential firms. So we will be getting to work on that as soon as we get council's direction. And we anticipate doing most of the work on it, I would say, likely the beginning part of 2023. I will note that any strategist or any financial consultant will tell us that we'll need to likely engage a strategy firm. and polling firm to really figure out what our next steps would be should this have to go to the voters.
Okay. So tonight's decision would then roll into design and finishes, et cetera. And then where would we get the money would follow that.
So what staff is anticipating is bringing back both the design and the potential funding strategy for council to consider at the same time in 2023. And I would ask our Public Works Director to confirm what the timing was. I believe it was Q2 or 3, but Dawn, would you confirm what we were thinking the timing would be next year?
We're thinking Q2 of 2023. And again, besides more information on financing strategy opportunities, it would be what we would call the conceptual design, which is to start at looking at, the building architectural features, massing, those types of details. And then as council continues to consider funding strategies and moving forward with how to obtain additional funding, we would then continue into final design, which will take up to 2 years. And we do have enough funding identified that will allow us to get through final design. So we can continue marching forward with the project while the funding strategies are being worked out.
Okay. And I read in the staff report that the current building was obviously built before 1986, before the current round of earthquake standards came into effect. And so have we had a structural engineer look at the current building to see if there are deficiencies?
I'll take that question, David Printy. Yes, thank you, Council Member. As part of, and this goes back to the previous council action, when we were evaluating potential options for renovating and remodeling the existing site, and the requirements to bring it up to code, current code, were extensive, and would require a lot of destructive work, and the site would have to be vacated. So I guess the way to put it is the current building does not meet current code and is not up to the essential facilities standards that all buildings built after that act was passed. And so they do not have the survivability level that modern buildings have. So it's not to say that it's currently unsafe. It's just to say that it does not have the ability to sustain operations after a major event. At least so,
yeah, I had a chance to talk to an architect who happens to be a family member today about this question, and asked about, does being built before 1986 mean that a building is not sound? And my concern is that no matter which way we go, we're going to be living with the current building for several years. So my question is, have we had a structural engineer look at it?
I'm sorry, the answer is yes. We have had an evaluation of the building, several evaluations over the years, to advise staff on if it can be retrofitted or what the cost would be to do so. Does that answer your question?
And so we were presented with a structural engineer's report?
Yes, this would be going back several years when this project was initially envisioned.
Okay, thank you.
So if I could just add on, if you don't mind, yes. Part of what is David was saying is that while we don't consider the building to be unsafe and a seismic event, it might be fine. It may have operational issues after the seismic event. And what's critical here is that essential public facilities such as this, which is also Emergency Operations Center, has higher seismic standards expectations than your typical building, because it's absolutely critical that you want it to be able to maintain full operation should there be a significant seismic event. So while the structural analysis may indicate there's no immediate threat, it does not meet current standards, and it's not, as David was mentioning, to bring it up to what you would want for an essential public facility would be very costly, to the point where, you know, you may be better off, you know, that's the analysis we did. You'd be better off investing in a new building. And it's also a very old building and presents a lot of maintenance headaches. I will add on.
No doubt, no doubt. And so that's my concern, is that no matter which direction we go in, we will have several years of lag time. And so I'd like council to know completely about what was found, not in terms of is it price worthy to make renovations, but what exactly is the status of the building. I know that just today there was a new fault line that was identified just west of Los Altos. And so I think we have concerns maybe that we haven't even necessarily known about before now. Now, I wanted to know if we're looking at general obligation bonds, how does this relate to our overall bonding capacity? And what would be the anticipated hit for our residents in Mountain View to pay annually? Know that we all heard recently, or maybe I just heard recently from a number of residents that saw the water rate increase, and we're having a hard time really taking that on board. And so I wonder what would be the situation for them that, you know, households would be paying on an annual basis.
Councilmember Lieber, we don't have that information yet. So this is something that a financial consultant would help us determine, and it really would depend on what vehicle we would use to pursue funding for the bond. So it really depends on what it is. If it's a property transfer tax or sales tax or some other sort of potential tax, it all depends on what's even feasible and what the financial consultant can advise us. So I don't have a direct answer tonight about that, but that is something that we will be getting help with.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Abitoga.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I'm excited to see this moving along. It's been a long time coming. But my question has to do also with the funding mechanisms. And I know that's another conversation to be had down the road, but just wanted to ask, I see on the list of possibilities, or I don't see on the list of possibilities or options, the use of property. And is that a possibility, just similar to I forget which lot 4, the one that the hotel is being built on? Are we still able to do projects like that, or that would bring in revenue by use of our properties that we hold?
Thank you, Councilmember Abitoga. So yes, we are still able to do that. I would note that for the lots that you just mentioned, that project is still in, I would say, limbo. and we do not yet know the status of that. And I would ask our Public Works Director to comment further if she has any other information, but that project was certainly anticipated to help offset any sort of expenses we might have, which definitely could have been used for this project, or still could be used for this project if that moves forward. But at this point, we do not have indications yet that it will. So I would ask our Public Works Director to comment further on that if she has any other info.
I do not have any updated info to share related to that project. I will note that, of course, all now city-owned property is subject to the State Surplus Lands Act, and any desire to use our land for revenue generation would have to first follow that process and make initially the offer of the land available for housing developers, nonprofits. But at the same time, the city can say that we do expect market rate lease rates, which can help generate even with Surplus Land Act. So there are still possibilities there.
Great. Thank you. And I wasn't specifically, well, I would include that was a lot for the hotel lot, but we have other lots too. And, I think in the past we have been successful at using city-owned land for revenue generation. And, I think that's really important to continue to look at, explore to do, as much as, I appreciate, and we've done a lot in affordable housing, but affordable housing doesn't actually produce revenue. And I believe we lose property tax on those parcels. And when we have something like this project that, we need to figure out how to fund, I think we have to look at everything and put everything on the table. So that was my question. And sorry if I went into commentary, but and then I know this is a little bit of a tangent, but I have been wondering what's going on with the hotel. So could we get a memo on that? I'm not sure if there were deadlines and whatnot, and if the developers meeting those, and if they're not, my question is what rights do we have to potentially look at other opportunities there? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Oh, I thought somebody might answer the council member's question.
Oh,
or is it just a memo that you want?
Yes, Council Member Abekoga, we will send a memo with an update.
Okay, so the previous two comments lead me to have a question that I was going to make as a comment, but now it's a question. I share the concerns that council members have brought up, the last two, I think, about what the revenue might be and exploring different ways to make this feasible. And I'm wondering, in particular, with all the things that our community members want, for instance, a bond for parks and all sorts of other needs. I want to make this something that residents would embrace. I don't want to float a bond that they turn down, and be fiscally responsible. So I'm even wondering about the plot of land the excess land that we're looking at here, whether instead on this site, whether instead of affordable housing, we could do some other kind of housing. Senior housing to me comes to mind because this is an area where that might be, seniors when they downsize like to walk around downtowns, and that would often they free up single family homes for people who want to raise a family in single family homes. So although it's wouldn't be affordable housing and maybe could bring in revenue, it would provide a service to the city. I'm wondering whether something like that is feasible given the Surplus Land Act. Could we target it for something like that would provide housing, but also provide an income that would offset the price we're seeing here?
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor Hicks. And as I recall, with the Surplus Lands Act, one of their key priorities is housing, senior housing, would qualify as housing as well. I know they're very interested in affordability, but yes, a senior housing project could go on there, and we, probably could work with the Surplus Lands Act through that process. But I guess what I want to say is it really, in the end, the desired use of that land is going to be a council policy decision when the land is available. I do want to manage expectations here. The land won't be available until after we complete construction of the public safety building. So it'll be 2 or 3 years, 4 years, maybe once we're under construction, assuming we get the funding, council will be asked to start making those decisions about what they would like to do with the land, and then we would follow the Surplus Lands Act process, especially if it's a housing project, how we can work with that.
Okay, but looking at other uses of that land could be something the financial analyst could look at.
I would assume so. We could, I'm not involved in overall scope of work for that one, so I want to be careful of not speaking for Grace, but Grace, would we include in the scope of work looking at income possibilities?
This is Grace Sen, as Assistant Finance and Mission Service Director. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question. I want to clarify that when we ask for a financial analysis to look at our financial options, we need to have existing revenue source in order to issue bonds. So for land that we haven't developed yet and have no secure revenue ongoing source, those are not an option for us to secure the bond. So the timing needs to work out, that the revenue needs to exceed first before we can use that to secure a bond.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions from the council, we will turn to the public. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Timer will be displayed on the screen. Seeing no members of the public wishing to speak, we will turn to the council for deliberation and a motion. Councilmember Show.
Yeah, I'm happy to move the staff recommendation for option 2. There were 2 things about it that really moved me. One was the reduced complexity with existing utilities. That's very important. And then the other one was just the reduced time of disruption that translates into reduced money. I think that it can't be stressed enough how really important it is to have our emergency services facilities up and running. And so, I know we will have a temporary site, but the faster we can get our safety services into their the upgraded facilities, the better. So thank you. Do I have to read anything?
No,
okay.
It's just that recommendation is fine. Thank you very much. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and second the motion, and also just add that as said before, I'm excited to see this moving forward. I think it's important to continue to move the project forward. I think you've heard me say this before. We've looked at this several times, and I think back in the 2010, 2012 era, maybe 2014, I remember cost estimates in the $60 million range. And, just like this, I see a lot of transportation projects right now. And the longer we wait, the cost just continues to rise. And so the sooner we can get going, the better. I appreciate that we had funding accumulating so that we can at least start the design. I hope that we can find maybe even other pots of money to add to the fund so that we can reduce the need for whether it's COP or debt service or whatnot. Just try to reduce that as much as we can to make it palatable for the community. I will say that way back when, we did go out, did a poll, and I think it was for a bond measure for this building as well as the community center upgrade, and it just didn't, wasn't that exciting for folks. There wasn't much interest. So I do worry about that, and I think we may have to find other ways to fund this. So I look forward to the consultant and their recommendations, but at whatever we can do. And that's why I go back to the use of our real property, because that has been successful for us. And I think we really need to, balance out those uses. And one is, very important to me, especially to keep our financial stability, is to bring in the revenue. And so I hope that we do think through that very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I appreciate the different options for the layout. What I like about option 2, one of the things, is the fact that the public safety building would be very visible. And I think that's really important. Sometimes people are in a hurry and they just need to get there. And so having it very visible is really important. I assume that this is included in something we would look at in terms of additional sources of revenue, but we talked about it before, an increase in the TOT. Councilmember Abekoga has brought that up a number of times, and we pushed that out so that we could refinance our Shoreline bonds. But it seems like that should be on the list of things to look at. And while I know a couple of council members are interested in housing on the remnant site, I'm actually more interested in a city use. I think we are going to need more space for city employees. I don't know if it's public safety, it might be some other department. And this to me seems like a good place to put that, whether it be another building or an extension of, well, it'd be kind of hard to extend this, but I think we need to really think about how we use this. I am concerned that we are going to run out of space for city employees. And from my perspective, this looks like a good spot. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, my highest priorities are to keep our continuity of services. This is something that we cannot fail at. And second, to do everything in our power to direct the cost away from our residents. Many of our residents are still living in the homes that they may have purchased for $38,000, and our the costs of things these days are something that really is unfathomable to them, and something that they really can't imagine or add into their budget. So I'd like to encourage us to get information about the financing as early as possible, and take it to our finance committee to daylight it, at least at a broad conceptual level, so that we give the public every opportunity to understand what it is that we're trying to do. And I'd really like to see us be creative in how we allocate the costs, and not just put it all onto our immediate residents. I think it has to be, we have to get a little bit creative and spread it wider than that. And that's what I'll be looking for in terms of the financing plan.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So I will be supporting the motion, but I just want to add that I have the concerns that previous council members have raised about how we fund the project. And, I want to look at other sources of revenue, use of land, and other sources as well. I don't want, certainly not sales tax, that's a regressive tax. And I don't want, I don't want a huge bond, and I'm not sure the residents would support it anyway. So I do want to emphasize other sources of revenue. I also want to say that with the option that we're looking at, with all of the options, I wanted us to remember that Villa Street is one of the oldest streets in Mountain View, and I want to keep it walkable. We've had, there was like a very large setback to the current building, and I don't think we need all of that, but I would prefer that it not be, a massive building next to a skinny sidewalk. I would like it to be a nice street to walk down, both as the front facade for the police building, it deserves to be nice, but also for residents and for the historic part of the city. So I want to keep that in mind. That wasn't a part of the option. It was just a big, big colored squares, but I do want to keep that in mind in the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any remaining questions or comments? I have a quick question for staff. I have a vague recollection when we were first starting the discussion about a TOT increase that I think staff had, or Kimber, I think you and I had talked about at least, a subcommittee that would, I think, provide some initial direction about placing the measure on the ballot. I'm guessing that something substantially similar would be done for a revenue generating measure for the public safety building as well. Is that right?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was just thinking that that typically what happens when we or a city would be going out for any sort of bond or revenue measures, you would have a committee made up of council members who would talk to staff and discuss this with staff. So whether you have a subset of the finance committee or you have another ad hoc committee, that's definitely something that staff would likely recommend. So I see this being a work plan item essentially. And once we bring this back to you all in 23, I think as staff, we're going to have to think about the process and the mechanics of the next steps. But certainly it would be some sort of committee of council members.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Thank you. If there are no other questions or comments, then I'll ask the city clerk to start the vote.
Councilmember Showalter?
Turned off my mute. Yes.
Councilmember Abekoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks? Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your work on this item and the presentation. We will now move on to council staff committee reports. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few items. I know several of us attended the opening of Pyramid Parks last weekend, which is really exciting. One of our larger parks in our city, and it was such a great turnout. It was so wonderful to see so many folks, so many dogs, so many families there. I also attended that day the opening of Caltrain's electric trains. So the first electric trains have arrived. They're still in demo mode, but I was able to go up to the Caltrain station in San Francisco and see them, and they're very sleek, and looking forward to them coming online probably around 2024 when hopefully the electrification project is complete and ready for operation. And then from Silicon Valley Clean Energy, actually there's an extensive report that I'm happy to send to my colleagues, but just a couple of items to note. October 5th is Clean Air Day, and there's a number of activities being planned. I know our staff is aware and I think involved, and I look forward to hearing more about maybe some plans that we might have in our city. I just wanted to remind folks of that. And then as you know, the REACH codes, I think that's on our one of our October and November agendas, but we are moving forward, and more cities are taking the opportunity, or moving forward with stronger REACH codes for building electrification. And there was one more item that I thought we had for participation, but I don't see it. So I guess if I see it, I'll send it out to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I attended a BOSCA, Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency board meeting on September 15th. And as a reminder, Mountain View gets the vast majority of our water from the San Francisco PUC. And BOSCA is all of the jurisdictions and other customers of the San Francisco PUC. And the PUC reported that their total system storage is at 67% of maximum capacity right now. And usually at this time of year, it is at 83%. So it's quite a bit down. The other item is we had a meeting of the Castro Pedestrian Mall Ad Hoc Committee on September 21st. And there were lots of topics that were covered at that meeting. It was really good to discuss, review the initial plans and discuss them. You know, we covered so many things, but I'm just going to focus on that one because for me, that was really exciting to see. What we took a look at is what the area might physically look like, what activities could be included, what would be the role of the city versus the role of the businesses, and what the community input was on what this might look like. And I think the vision and the ideas being planned are really going to make this area really nice and lively. So I'm excited about the future of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other reports? Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I wanted to report on the Council of Neighborhoods Committee meeting that we had. We had our bi-yearly meeting with the San Antonio, Del Medio, and Ringsdorf neighborhood, which is, you know, sort of the Palo Alto border of our city. And we had a pretty good attendance. I think there were about 30 or 40 people. They came on and off at different times, and lots of staff members. That I was particularly interested in the range of questions at this meeting. I don't think I've ever been to one of these meetings before where so many transportation and circulation questions were asked. There were really like, maybe 30 of them asked out of about 50 questions. So that was, you know, a preponderance of them. I always keep a little tab of which staff member answers the most questions, and our Public Works Director, Dawn, won this time, just barely beat out Rebecca Shapiro. But anyway, I really think that these are meetings that we should be proud of, because they really allow our residents to interact directly with staff that work on issues in their neighborhoods and answer their questions right away, or get back to them if they need to. They're really successful. So that was a great meeting. I also had a great time at the Pyramid Park opening. I've got my scarf on today, and I went to the LMV fundraiser. That's not really a city city program formally, but many of us have taken it. And I think that the Leadership Mountain View program really does a good job, really a great job of producing individuals who are interested in serving on the various committees and boards we have, and and they add a lot to the community. So it was fun to go to that. In addition to that, on a more serious note, I want to circle back to what we heard in public comment this evening, and that is a desire for more safe parking. We're about to, we've come to the point where we're going to be implementing the narrow street span in just a few days. And so there is, as we anticipated, a great deal of concern about where some of those individuals will go. Over the last couple of years, we've put in place just a very successful safe parking program. I think it's one of the kind of silver linings of COVID in our community, along with the pedestrian mall. And so I would really like to urge, I know that staff is working on safe parking, but I think it's important for council to discuss this in public, that, that we care about this and support it. So I wanted to bring that up as an item tonight, to formally ask for staff to work to increase this and to get a report back to us on it.
Thank you, Councilmember Schulter. Maybe a quick check-in with staff about existing workload and how this might best be accomplished.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Showalter. So staff has been actively working with partners to see where we can increase spaces at our current safe parking site. So as the council member mentioned, we did create our pilot safe parking program during COVID, and we are currently the largest safe parking program in the county. And at one point, we were the largest safe parking program in the entire Bay Area. That was even in relation to Oakland and San Francisco. We had more spaces than their cities, and also San Jose. So there are 101 spaces right now across 4 lots, although 3 are the larger lots. And so staff has been actively talking to Live Nation about seeing what we can do to increase spaces at the Shoreline lot in particular. So I anticipate that I should have news for council and the community at some point soon, because staff, like I mentioned, staff have been working on that. To the larger question about the expansion of the safe parking program, I would recommend that should council have an interest, because what I'm hearing is essentially taking it from a pilot program to a more permanent program and exploring other potential sites. I do recommend that this be part of your work plan, because this would involve ongoing funding, which right now we don't have ongoing funding. We fund with one-time funds, and it would allow you all more time to discuss this. And then as far as staff workload, we certainly don't necessarily have the capacity right now to basically drop the other projects that we're working on and solely look at just new sites, but we can do it in conjunction with the current work underway, such as adding the spaces that I mentioned. But I would suggest that this is something that you all discuss and certainly add to the work plan should you want to take this from a pilot to a permanent project, which would require funding in the budget and a number of other steps with the county, with the service provider, with other partners that we use at our lots that involve a lot of administrative hurdles.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the City Manager's proposal. I don't think we can really discuss this without looking at our overall strategic plan and all of our other priorities. And I'll be on. I've said this. I continue to say this. I am concerned about a recession coming, so we need to look at this in the overall context of our finances and budget as well. It was a pilot project. but to make it a permanent one is going to require continuous funding, and I'm just not certain we have another $500,000 or $1 million to do this right now. So I'd like to see the financial picture before we make any decisions. I also say I'm actually meeting with a group later this week that has a proposal to create a safe parking program at the county fairgrounds, which I think I'm very interested in hearing about in light of homelessness really being and not trying to put this on somebody, but it is really a county operation. I am very interested in seeing what the county can do more to address this issue. And again, this is not, it's a regional issue. I know Palo Alto has been working on it with their churches. I would like to see how we can work with other cities, the county as a whole, to come up with other options. I appreciate, I'm proud of what Mountain View has done, but I don't think we can continue to shoulder this responsibility on our own. Thanks.
Thank you. A quick question for the city manager. Within the scope of work ongoing, we've had a successful partnership with Alta on Terabella for the use of one of their sites for safe parking. Have we engaged in similar discussions? We've got a lot of affordable housing in the pipeline. First Community on El Camino, 2 charity sites. Is that something that we've asked other affordable housing providers to step up and provide as well?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. So I need to ask staff specifically who recently, frankly, they have talked to. I know that over the years, there have been a number of discussions with various providers, various landowners, various partners on property in town and what may or may not be feasible. Now that we have a lot of various projects in the pipeline, for example, our Evelyn lot, and we know that there'll be charities housing development beside it. I think we have a lot of possibilities in the future. So again, I think this is certainly something that staff can explore further once it's a fully baked item, I think that we could bring to council. I'll also note that just a reminder that we are also going to be bringing forward the homelessness response strategy to council next year. So that's going to be a very comprehensive plan where we're going to talk about what the city's efforts are in relation to how we're responding to residents who are homeless and all of the programs that we have in the city and what's happening with those. So that is anticipated to start next year too. So we do have a number of things that we're working on, but certainly how we may be able to partner with affordable housing developers would be part of that conversation.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So I don't know if I misheard Councilmember Showalter. I didn't know that she was asking about talking about a permanent, making this a permanent program. I thought she was talking about that there may be, there's going to be some immediate rearrangement of housing coming up, and that there might be ways to ease that. And that is something that council should probably talk about, which I would support. And I think that over the long term, I agree this is a regional problem. I was happy to see that, I think it's this Friday, Palo Alto is having an open house for their safe parking program. I've also heard about the county county possibilities, and I support all that. At the same time, I think that there are I'm hoping that over the long term, with our affordability, our affordable housing strategy and homeless strategy, that we won't need to have safe lots over the long term. But I thought what Councilmember Showalter was talking more about was the short term, or maybe short and medium term. And the Alta housing will be developed and we'll lose those lots. So I think that I actually would like to know as soon as possible. I would be supportive of knowing where there might be other places where we could, as the safe parking lot spots move around, other places where those could be, including even the site that we bought for Life Moves parking cars, which I believe is not full. It seems like there may be, short and medium term potential spaces. And I may have misinterpreted Councilmember Showalter, but I thought that's what she was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, it had not occurred to me that this was the time to ask for this to go from a pilot project to permanent. Frankly, I hadn't thought of that. I was thinking of what Vice Mayor Hicks had in mind, which was doing the best we can to help people move around and get to the safe parking. When I speak to my neighbors and people in the community, I find that there's a great deal of support for people living in safe parking, not forever, and that is much, people are much more supportive of that than living on the streets. That is exceedingly controversial, but I am hearing a great deal of support for our safe parking program. So that's what I'm talking about is those individuals that we're hearing are having trouble, anything we can do to help them get a space in this safe parking or increase our existing capacity a little bit so there's room for them. I think that's a good idea right now as we move through this transition.
Thank you. I'll give the city attorney a turn, and then we'll go to Councilmember Kamei.
I just wanted to provide a quick reminder that, we be careful. It's fine to request that staff prepare a report, providing an update on safe parking, but we're kind of getting outside and there's a pretty lengthy discussion going on with regard to it. So I just wanted to remind everyone that we should probably wrap up pretty soon on this.
Thank you. You've taken that in your hands, Councilmember Kamei. Did you want to?
Yeah, that was kind of going to be my point of clarification, Mayor. I was just wondering, I'm in support of the memo and the direction that we're going in, and I think the city manager provided some information as well. So I just didn't know. Sounds like, do we need a straw motion for this? It sounds like we'll be getting the information. I just was trying to figure out how to move forward. Thank you.
I think that's perfectly fair. So maybe I'll check in with Councilmember Showalter. Were you comfortable with the city manager's approach, or was there something in addition to that you would like council direction on?
No, I am basically comfortable with the city manager's approach, and I do also, want to thank the city manager and the staff for continuing to work on this. I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention as we face the beginning of the implementation period.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe just for my benefit, city manager, were you planning to maybe as an off-agenda memo return to council with some of the information that you shared and who we may have reached out to and where there might be some opportunity for temporary safe parking?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Then I don't believe there is a need for a straw motion. Are there any other comments or reports? Questions? If not, then we'll proceed to item 9, closed session report. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
There is no closed session report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for joining us. The next City Council meeting will be held on October 11th, 2022. Until then, stay healthy. The meeting is adjourned at 9:07 p.m. Thank you, everyone.